All right, I am, just so everyone knows, in Discord, we are live right now. I want to make sure that this stupid thing is doing the PDF correctly, though. So we'll get the PDF up. It is. Good. Grab the right PDF window. This is the short version. Welcome to Friday night. This is great. I'm excited to be going back over this as we move into Chapter 3, which is really important. Chapter 4, sorry, specifically, of anti-oedipus, which we're doing on Tuesday. I always like to do a little bit more of a recap type session where we talk through and say, hey, we're doing X, Y, and Z. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about that. Go through ideas, hit up a couple things, and find where not only am I having snags, which exist, don't fucking get wrong, but also where your snags are, where you're having trouble, or if there's wording or things that are just off enough. That's the goal here. So if, as I'm talking, type out anything you want, feel free to do kind of whatever. Say hello. I've got both of you fucking viewers. I love you both. I know, I'm pretty sure I know who they are, but that's kind of the idea. So hang out, game, do your shit, and I'm just going to sort of start talking through savages, barbarians, and civilized men. Translated fine for this. As we've made our way through anti-oedipus, and I've talked about this in the other stream as well, anti-oedipus is, for me, one of my probably most formative books when it comes to like my personal philosophy of things and sort of how those things operate within me, for lack of a better term. The way that anti-oedipus is laid out is complicated. It necessarily requires that you're going to come to it and you're going to find new language, new words used like you're not used to, parts of other areas of study, from mathematics to science to art, to poetry, all sort of slammed together. And there's a lot of reasons for this. The biggest being that what they're trying to get at with anti-oedipus is a logic of desire, specifically how desire is produced and how desire operates also socially, and ultimately how desire ultimately comes to fall back on itself, how it captures itself, because they really want to move into a materialist psychiatry. Up until this book, psychiatry really dealt with what you would call transcendent ideas, where there you had Freud, who said, the human condition necessitates castration. It necessitates a very particular organization of a child having his mother be an object of desire that he's allowed himself to forget, or that he has deferred pleasure for till later, that he looks at his father as a competitor, but one that he has allowed himself to do. So that way he's able to then move on, a kid's able to grow up, all that stuff. That's a transcendent concept, that the idea that there's these ideas or setups that are part of man. This leaves out even ideas and ideas that are fucking like Jung or other parts of Freud that are deeply symbolic, that presume these really, really grand mythologies that set up the human condition. These things are, we'll just say, anathema to a lot of the work that Deleuze had been doing, but also really to the work that Guattari himself had been sort of undertaking under Lacan. When they came together, post-logic of sense, and for Guattari sort of post a lot of his work at a handful of clinics, they started looking at how do we talk about psychiatry or the issues of man and not gesture back to these transcendent or ephemeral or idealized categories. And for them, desire, libido was the answer for this. And not a libido of a sexuality directly, a human sexuality, but instead a way that the energies and passions that exist within life, the elan vital of sorts of Bergson, the desire of things, that pathway, the will to power, all of these ideas, how could they be brought sort of together, coalesce into a sort of system, a power, a setup that is thrusting us forward and that works as it does? They enter this first, through the first chapter of the book, which is about the connective syntheses. The operant connective syntheses. One sec. Marcellus, I think you're echoing back. They open up by talking about desire uniquely, and they try to define it through a handful of syntheses, a process of production that's in itself deeply unique, but comes from a lot of other thinkers, from sort of parts of Kant to parts of obviously Spinoza, Nietzsche, Maimon, just a whole slew of people. But the first chapter is dedicated to this new type of theory of desire, and an immanent theory of desire, one that produces meaning from chaos itself, like an immanence to the chaos, not that meaning exists before that. Very similar, yes, Wig, very similar to a Humean style. If you haven't read Deleuze's book on Hume, I would suggest to do it. It's trying to get to this immanent idea. What is the immanence of things? To them, it is chaos, and desire organizes chaos, and we are organized through this productive process. And then along comes chapter 2, which is psychiatry, psychotherapy, whatever it may be, that takes the after images of desire and it malforms them. And it does this because we make guesses about things. We make guesses based on these after images, and we don't understand really how desire forms, how we are produced. As they do the first two sections of this, and they have this idea of desire come to form, and they start talking about all these pieces, this enables us to actually go and look through the entirety of history from our position, not by putting our position elsewhere, but from our specific position. And they're very specific about this, that it's important we understand they're doing this. The idea of a body without organs, the recording surface of desire, the idea of disjunctive or conjunctive syntheses. These concepts simply didn't get to exist pre-capital. So how do we get to capital now that we know these parts are part of what capital is and how we function? And so they go all the way back, and they start with, and it's important, they start with the socius. And this, I think, is, obviously this is an important sort of piece overall as we start talking about it, but the socius is the core of how we talk about social structures at large. Let me pull up Holland, who I tend to, if you haven't noticed, for those of you who've been around a little bit, you might get used to Brooks going to Holland kind of all the time, to say the least. But the way that they talk about the socius is kind of, wildly important. And his phrasing around it, one sec, I want to make sure I get the setup right. Social production, which is, again, they don't want to talk about it personally. They want to talk about all of these things together, the social production of society, social standards, social orders, all this stuff, right? Just as desiring production is organized on the body without organs, social production is organized on what they call the socius. And they go through a handful of types of social structures. And these are kind of the big ones. And we can have a debate or discussion around why they pick these three or how they operate, or is there a fourth, a lot of stuff, but they are pretty specific. The first they line up is that of the savage, the earth socius. To quote Holland, in savagery, which is prehistorical, desire is bound so tightly to social order, to desiring production that is social, that the organization of social production almost completely determines the organization of desiring production itself. What this means is that when you have, let's say, a tribe that is literally living minute to minute, that is about this survival, that is experiencing its environment one and the same with itself, there isn't really I'm wondering what I should do today. Instead, there is a consistent thrust forward, and that thrust forward is modified and dealt with by the environment. It's very much boom, 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 boom. The relationship is tight, it is organized, and it is set up in this formation. This, again, follows a lot of ethnological and anthropological studies of prehistorical people. This tends to be how they seem to view the world. They exist in a space where they don't really have not thought like we have it, not these sort of odd meta conceptions of things. Desire doesn't really allow that to happen. Instead, desire is about that first synthesis, the connection and immediate consumption of desire. And this setup that is at place here, they want to talk about how it functions, and then they move into the despotic, which is not a process of things, which I have someone on the server I had to deal with today said, but instead quite different. The nature of the despotic is the movement from the earth to a position of power within a political organization. This space of social production changes kind of a great deal of how we deal with each other. Aside from, the obvious, we can talk about all the images of kings or pharaohs or anything. When we start moving from talking about desire being sort of one and the same and determined by the environment, by the earth, by the social order itself, this takes that and sort of runs with it. Instead of the social order being sort of coextensive with desire, it now is not only determinate of desire, but a position is determinate of desire. And that isn't a small thing. They want us to really spend time thinking about how the social space, the social structures, the socius of things, and the way that society exists actually comes back on production and changes how desiring production in ourselves operates. And this is like the big deal inside of this. It is not that here's the social order and this is how you would behave in it. It's no. This is the social order. The social order is how desiring production is handled across the board, all the way through to how you are handled. There is no, as we like to individually think about it, and we commonly do, especially in a liberal culture like ours, oh, if I was in that world, I would be blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you wouldn't even exist as you know it. If I was in that position, I know what I'd do. It's like, no, you fucking don't. Like, you are produced and you exist from your material conditions in the environment you've been in your entire life. You are one in that, including the social structures you've lived within. This is true of those who lived in prehistoric times and those who lived under despots. And it is not just that a king on high gives orders instead of your desire having to just be dealt with. Desire being dealt with in the first socius, the earth, oh, I smell this, I'm hungry for that, I deal with this. All of these things sort of exist, again, imminently. They're right there. They're around my tribe. I kind of get how my tribe works. I kind of get how these things go. There's a contingency and an oddness to it that when a king, someone far away, sends an edict via some priest, this is no longer simply my desire being taken. Instead, how does that edict tell me what to do? We take for granted when we say, oh, an edict came down and it ordered everyone to make marble. That's not the end of the conversation. How the fuck did that happen is their question. How did we get to that point where that edict was able to communicate that? If I go to a tribe, if I do what the Spanish did to the American Indian, I 100% always bring this up. They gave edicts to the Native Americans and they said, hey, we will kill you if you don't follow our Pope. They said it in Spanish. Guess what? They didn't. Listen, like they didn't fucking understand it. You can't just have this happen. It's not just a matter of, oh, well, we have to teach them our language. No, they don't have a concept of having orders on high. You have to completely rearrange how their entire social structure operates. And so when we have these things working and it is emergent and outwards, when we have a king on high giving an edict, it is not just simply, well, here's the edict. Oh, okay, I guess we're changing stuff now. Not the setup. Not how it works. Instead, the idea of the king has to be taught. How is it taught? Brutality, actually. Brutality is the answer. And I don't think there's a lot of disagreement with the history of all of that. Hey, do this. No. Okay, you're dead. Now, are you going to do it? Yeah. What do you need? Well, the king said that he wants you to build marble. Slabs of marble. Okay, what does that mean? What do those things mean? Well, that setup, again, changes how we deal with each other. Instead of, hey, we're running out of meat. Okay, hunters go, bring back something to kill, someone butchers it, people cook it. This is, again, imminent. This stocks and everything inside of the tribe are handled quickly, and there isn't like years of it. There's also not really surpluses, not in the same way as we may know it. A tribe gathers maybe more than they need. They have a feast. They blow off all that steam. It isn't quite the same as a king who wants you to do X. Why? Because he said so. And that difference, how do you get desire to shift? Well, the brutality of learning, well, the king will kill me if I don't, puts desire in a pretty particular position. Yes, I will do whatever you need. Well, how do we determine what you need? Well, you need to learn how to read. Actually, you have to learn how to read, or at least you have to learn how to understand the words, because no longer is a spoken component something that can kind of change over generations, a story or a rule or a dance or a song. No, we're not there. We're not doing that anymore. Now it's a king who gives an edict, and that edict lasts for years. What does that edict mean? Well, the king, what does that mean? Orders you, these people, this tribe, this village. What's that village? Well, that's you guys. That's you and your village, to do X, Y, and Z. Now you have to learn metonymy. Now you have to learn meaning. You have to learn interpretation, exegesis. You have to actually take language and learn what it means, or you will be fucking killed. This changes our relationship not only to sound, but each other. The spoken and written word kind of become one. Spoken and written were not one in prehistoric people. I know I pronounce it funny, exegesis. I don't care. It sounds funny anyway. I don't give a fuck. The way that the king operates is giving he says a thing and everyone has to interpret it. Often his interpreters will be local mayors, fiefdom, local leadership, but they have to figure that out, because if they don't, they'll be killed. They have to deal with that. At the same time, the people have to learn this general language. They have to sort of set that up. This play that's happening now, desire is no longer just connecting and being taken in. Desire has a secondary component. It has to figure a thing out, and now it has to desire what the other desires, desire what the king desires. You have to learn, and you become trained from children on, that you do what the king says. You want that. And you see this in monarchical organizations. Now, why is that? Well, there's an odd interaction that happens when we start talking, we have language show up the way that it does. Because instead of the way that sort of, again, desire being sort of directly consumed, now that we have symbols, now that we have this odd interaction with this position of a king, the person is irrelevant. For the most part, it's a position of a king or a pharaoh or a godhead or whatever it is. That thing, that becomes the thing I care about. But it becomes the thing I care about in the way that it controls all of my relationships. It controls my family. They could kill my kids, can decide to bed my wife, prima nocta, or even if it's a myth, doesn't matter. The idea of it and these things is all throughout it. So suddenly, desire is dealing with the disjunctive. Desire, instead of connecting, it's connecting and then figuring out, is it or not? Yes or no? Is this what the king wants? Is it not? Is this a setup or not? And this connection is very, very different. We're not quite in a weird place yet. This is still sort of brutal political power being sort of landed on someone as a king. But now meaning is spread. Now they have a distributed setup across the board. Now all these things are in these weird places. And suddenly desire is learning to deal with this odd relationship with what it wants. It doesn't go after the thing it desires. It's not being inscribed in. Instead, this political, brutal power is directly experienced as death and fear. And it's awful. Like, it sucks, flatly. Along with this, because you have a state, and these things all sort of come at once. It's a fascinating historical thing. They use the example of the Urstadt. They talk about being the first city-state that sort of ever existed. They use the example because of Wittfogel. It's the first, as we understand it, bureaucratic state with kind of a single leader moment, the first polis as a thing. And it's fascinating because why did this happen? And all of these things sort of come to be. How do we get our first king? Well, Wittfogel, who they kind of source, who wrote Oriental Despotism, phenomenal book, spends a lot of his time talking through how water was managed. See, when you have 20 people, and that's all that matters to you, and that's your entire world, 100 people, 200 people, you can kind of handle whatever the rivers may give you. It's solid. That's a solid number of people. Once you get to 500, once you get to 1,000, once you get to 5,000, once you get to 10,000, these numbers are no longer manageable by having people go back and forth with buckets to the river or shitting wherever they shit and then carrying that back to the river. This becomes awful. So how do you set this up? Well, you build aqueducts, but everyone doesn't build an aqueduct. Thinking about things ahead of time, this isn't really what happens. This isn't really how the savage, the earth, the uncontacted prehistorical tribes exist. They've got pieces ready for this, but they're not really that far ahead. So you have parts of people who go, we're going to work on the aqueduct, which is a long-term project, more than a day, and everyone else is going to have to support us. And here's the stocks we'll need. Here's what we'll need. Here's all the pieces. And then someone manages that. And it doesn't even have to be some dickhead. It doesn't have to be a king. It's just some dude or woman, even in some cases. There was a handful of these in Asia. It's fascinating. But you have someone going, well, actually, why don't we build it like this? And then we build and we go, and then we'll set this up. But, we need a bunch of these rocks. Hey, Steve, can you handle getting those? Okay, you will handle those. I'll handle. They manage. They lead. But this changes their relationship to everyone else because they're giving orders that people have to do or there are big problems. And when you have that many people, when you have that level of fear, when you have death around the corner from not getting enough water, these are not, hey, we're going to do a bypass through the neighborhood. I'm going to go to the city council and be angry. No, this is, hey, we didn't get water. My family's going to die. I'm going to murder all of you and take your water. You get that level of interaction. So this becomes deeply serious. And over time, this emergently becomes steady, built. It becomes hardened. It reifies itself. And this person in charge maybe has a handful of people one who manages the rocks, another who manages the workers, another who manages making sure everyone gets fed. Slowly, this grows a bureaucracy that is the first state, that is So is the first state. So it's why they call it the Urstadt, the state. This primordial idea is something that becomes replicated and is so easy for us to replicate all the way to today. We experience it everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go or how you go. You go out in the world, you will find people leading and you will find people delegating and you will find bureaucracy, you will find it hardened, and then you will find people who are just part of that structure, and it's that thing now. It's a wild process. This primordial state that comes to be in this process, because as it's built, we can't really move away from it, right? I can't imagine a way for us to go, well, actually, we don't really need the state anymore. Everything will be just fine. It doesn't matter if we have management of, nuclear utilities, the waters. Who gives a shit? Like, fuck it, we don't need any of this stuff. We don't need any of the state anymore. There are people who believe it. It's not really how it works. To sort of use a Zizek line, excellent, now we have no state. Let's give you your revolution. How many people are you okay with dying from diabetes? Because there will be probably 500,000 to 1 million deaths if we eliminate the state. It's fun that way. That's just because even if we get rid of the state structures, if we eliminate those two, now we have no one leading. We have no parts to these things. We are in a weird place where the creation of it first has sort of forced and enforced this restructuring of it over time. The state doing this alongside the creation of this king or this person who's the leader, and then over time it hardening, and over time the king being seen as everything to everyone, but the person stops mattering. That leader, that first leader at Ur, doesn't really matter. Not really, because when they die, the aqueducts still have to be fucking built. So someone else steps in. Now they have that power. Now power is in a position. Now I care what that position cares. My desire cares about that position. They don't give a fuck about Steve. They care about the position. And that, again, all of this shifts when we don't have a relationship to a person that's contingent. I see a wife, or I see a wife now. Back in the day, prehistorically, people just were kind of their own fungible little selves. They might be literally the person we would call mom who gave birth to us, but they may actually take on the role of aunt. They may take on the role of hunter. They may take on the role of chief. The specific positions, they weren't held in these tribes. Godelier, Griol, Strauss, and a ton of other ethnologists have really shown this. There's this odd fungibility in how people exist. Fast forward to, I mean, even now, hey, you're a dad. Okay, what does that mean? You're my dad. You're the dad, but you're not. Dad becomes a symbol that's also lived, but it's an empty position. How do you have this? They wouldn't have back then. So now we do. And we get that because the king position, empty, filled by a person who's living, but we don't give a fuck about that person. So our relationship with real people, our relationship with other people changes. Our relationship with everyone starts to shift a bit. Not drastically. We're still not kind of in this final stage of things, which capitalism will bring. But this odd thing where this position now controls everything. It's the position that determines if we live or die. What I do. If the king says my village is to be raised, it'll be raised. That's it. There's not a lot of petitioning a king in the 1200s or the 1000s. That's not really how it worked. If the king wants to go to war, we're going to war. That's it. If the king wants us to tithe more or set up more. And now we get into the other thing that happens during despotism, because that leader who's doing everything, they've got to be able to sort of rearrange things and set things up. They've got to be able to make sure that that leadership group is able to get paid. We call it that. The guy in charge needs to get food. The guy needs to get food. Deleuze isn't anti-structuralist, Wake. Don't worry. Deleuze is weird structuralism, but he's not anti-structuralist. The setup from here starts changing. How do you make sure that these groups also get the food they need, the things they need? They get paid. How do you have guards who guard the food get paid? Well, you make sure that you have money, cash of some sort. Commodity currency is what we're going to call it for now. But we're going to call it currency. It's not capital. It's not really money as we know it, but it's currency. It's coins with the state stamped on it, with the king stamped on it, often traded for this. This gives the state the ability to tax all labor, tax all interactions, to tax everything, because they get to take a part out of everything that's happening. Everything goes through the king. This odd interaction, all of it becomes the despotic socius. This is the despotic socius. Then something happens. Someone kind of starts to understand, well, wait, if I buy high here and sell low there, it's the same stuff. I buy in China, I buy a bunch of spices, and then I transport them. I pay for the transport, and then I sell them here in Europe. I make a bunch of money. But how? Well, this interaction is basic buying and selling. You find where it's plentiful, you take it to where it's scarce. If you never played Drug Wars on your TI-83 calculator in high school, and that probably is dating me a little bit, I don't think it's changed drastically. That setup is basically what early mercantilism was. But there's a step beyond mercantilism that's really fascinating. Because when you're talking about, okay, well, we're going to have people going back and forth and I'll do that. And then Steve goes, oh, I'll go back and I'll do that. And there's a lot of people doing this. And then there's someone who sees all of this and goes, I'll fund all of those expeditions and just take 10%. And they don't do anything. They just fund the expeditions, take 10% of all the profits, or 80% of the profits, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But now they've used currency to create currency. Someone else's labor, someone else's travel, someone else's goods moving from place to place created excess, and this person took that excess. And that's when we see capital. That's what capital is. Capital is not and has never been just profits. That's how children see it. Stop doing that. This is not leftism. That's not how leftism works. This is Vosh leftism or some garbage like that. Who gives a fuck about any of that? The way profit operates has always existed. People make a thing, and when they sell it, they make more money than they made it for. And yay, I made a profit. But when I have a bunch of that capital that I've held together and I pay all of those things, I pay for all of that stuff, and I take most of the profits, I've used capital to make capital. I've used currency to produce extra value. Extra currency has been made. More value has been created just through capital. This is capitalism. It's the first beginning of capitalism. This is where it shows its head for the first time. And it's weird because until this point, through the other socius, we get the earth socius. How is value determined? Well, it's kind of desire connecting. How is value determined in the second? The king says so. Through the king, I find out if there's value in what I'm doing. Through the king, I'm told to be alive or dead. Capital now determines all of that. Capital actually generates capital. It becomes filiative. Instead of making more people, as the king always had to do, the king had to get people to make more people. Have lots of children for me because I want soldiers. I want women. I want workers. I want farmers. I need lots of people all the time. Let's have feasts. Let's have feasts of this or that. Give me people. The king would order such a thing. Now the king doesn't fuck people. People are not the point. Labor's abstracted. Labor's moved to a different place because someone has come in and used capital, used money itself and the interaction of it to create more money for themselves and created larger value overall. This interaction is completely different than anything that's existed. Capital is now the center of this, but capital is not really an empty position that's operated in by a lived position. Capital is dead. Klosowski, I think, is the one who puts it best, but I think others have said this. I think Marx too. Capital is dead, but like a vampire waits for labor to come back to life and create more. This interaction is fucking wild. So when we have a lot of capitalists who invest a bunch of money, they take all of that excess that was produced. It doesn't matter what it is. Marco Polo going and coming back with all of his spices and selling it. I pay for all of that. He needed to go do that. Labor is done. Work is done. I pay someone to make tables. I pay 10 people to make tables and I do nothing. And then they sell those tables and I take the lion's share. We are generating money. Excess value is made. I put in $1,000. 10 tables are made by 10 people. They make a few bucks. I make extra money. I have produced more money. The rate of this, the rate of change is what matters in capitalism. No company has ever, no company gives a fuck about making a profit. No one has ever invested in a company because they made a good profit last quarter. That's not how it works. Again, I should be careful. For people who are actually in the market, for people who've been watching the market, they would agree with me. For people who've watched occasional movies or maybe bought a house and thought, oh, I'm deploying capital. No, you haven't. When you have a portfolio of homes and you are watching quarter on quarter or week on week, how the value and change in the real estate market is shifting and how you're making or losing money based on all of that, that's capital, not you buying a house and having it. This exchange and this shift in how things become important to us has now come full circle. Where we once purely were connecting with, desire was connecting and sort of generating the earth socius. Under despot, it was connecting and then having to choose yes or no, disjunctive. This third step is weird. This third step is a conjunct of all of these things coming together, because we no longer have one connection. We no longer have one disjunct. We no longer have one anything. It's these steps together, all coming together in this odd moment. And this conjunction of all of it coming together is really where we find ourselves finally created. And this subjectivity that's made is a completely different type than has existed before. This is why it's important for us to be very aware when we look back on universal history as they talk about it. So we'll get to capitalism in a second. This is how the inscribing socius has operated. This is how it has worked through all of this. They go very, very clearly through all three. They want us to be very, very serious about how we go through all three. And as we do, it's deeply important we understand that their critique is ultimately to come all the way around and understand this universal history of the political, the environment, the way desire operates, and the logic of all of this that they're putting forward that creates within capital a very unique type of desiring production and subjectivity that simply exists because of the complexities. And it's far more complex. That's why I'm stopping for a moment here to just take a second, make sure everyone's good, and to sort of say, hey, is there a place here I can spend a little bit more time, talk through any of those fun things? It's a beast of a setup, but these are important. Before I move to capital. I'll get to capital in just a second, don't worry. Water's good. It's a really fun, interesting way to sort of talk through these historical elements, because it's very easy to, as we look back, it's easy to think, oh, look, capitalism is because we've got money doing things, which makes no sense. Again, I don't get that setup, but it's easy for us to think that our position or these things have existed as they are always. And it's important that we look back and understand this is not the case. Money as we know it, capital, as Marx talked about it, is completely new as a concept or as a function. And capital and money are not the same thing. Suzanne de Brunoff has a wonderful book that really, I think, goes through this entire thing, talking about, it's called Marx on Money, and going through the nature of how money, which is what I get, if you give me super chats, feel free to give me super chats all you want. If you give me super chats, send me $5, I'm getting money. This is profit I'm making, because it doesn't cost me anything to really run this except for sitting here. I mean, there's a lot of other costs, but just on the simple side. But this is money. This is profit. This isn't capital. That's not how this works. YouTube spent a fortune on building all of their systems up and all of their setups up and getting ads going and all of that. And they give me parts of all of that. They even take a piece of every super chat that you send. And YouTube is earning capital. The investors behind YouTube are earning capital, even if it's money, because it's still counted as money. And this is the great trick that the capitalists love to play on us. It's kind of a fucked up trick, actually. But the way Elon Musk uses money, like, oh, I have $80 billion. And we go, fuck, I have like a good year. I've got like, I got a car. I've got a fucking house. I've got $150,000 in value. God, you're not talking about the same fucking thing. He doesn't have $80 billion. He has capital that is circulating in the realm of that value that goes up or down based on the stock market, which is an abstraction of the realities of the marketplace overall and the way capital moves inside of those spaces and the fluxion that happens at the core of it. You have no idea what capital is because you don't touch it. Capitalism plays this trick on us because capital now, as it exists, is where all of our meaning comes through. It is the thing that determines our value. If you don't have money, you get to die. It is very similar to the king. And you're free to tell me otherwise. Feel free. I don't know a city in the world that's not true. They might take care of you. That's lovely. But thank God those cities have fucking money, right? If there's no money, have a good day. Like in America especially, you're going to be homeless. You're going to not have medical care. You're not going to have food. You're going to die. And that threat.
Yeah, especially in Libya after the revolution. You know, if you go to Libya, Brooks, you see like the people, like the people in Libyan people, like waiting in the line in the bank, right, to receive their like money, which
Yep.
the government couldn't provide them because the money is liquidized, right?
It's
So
all
the
liquid. There's a almost there's an insane, again, this is Libya's a phenomenally interesting version of this because, again, the difference between capital and currency. When we have Libya, we put a ton of sanctions on Hezbollah and a whole bunch of different quote unquote, if you can't see me doing it, quote unquote terrorist organizations. I'm an American. That's what we call anyone who's darker than me and also foreign. But terrorist orgs. And so what happened is like Hezbollah and others, because they couldn't do banking, it doesn't mean capital stops. Capital doesn't give a shit about like being in banks or being legal. Capital doesn't care. And what Hezbollah began to develop is shadow banks. They built a shadow banking system that's actually really fucking robust. It's kind of fascinating. And over time, because of the force of that, because again, capital's needed, people need money. Hezbollah needs money. These people, they're humans. They need money to survive. Again, they don't have an option. As they do that and they build that shadow banking system, at some point, we put sanctions on all of Lebanon. And we completely fucked the whole country. The war started, Israel did the same thing. And so who did the people turn to? Who did the government even turn to at times? That shadow banking system from Hezbollah, because capital is the thing. It's not money. We can make up money. I can go draw dollar bills and give them to you. It's not about that. It's not even about really state-sponsored currency. It's capital. What is the thing that enables production and enables consumption? And it's capital. Sorry, it's just a really great example of it.
Yeah, but basically in Libya, the merchant capitalists, because we still like have merchant capitalists as a class, you know, trading and selling and these kind of things, they kind of like have this trust of like government to kind of like put their money, right? Mm-hmm. Because it will get liquidized. And the people who kind of waiting for money rely on like merchant capitalists to put their money because the bank like operate and it's complex. Like I'm still like figuring out, but like there's no like any like incentive to kind of trust the banking system in Libya, right? And the central bank in Libya have a issue, right? A very big issue in terms of like, because the international banks actually like said to the central bank of Libya, you fucking spend a lot. You spend on roads, you spend on, you reduce your spending, right? And it's very big problem because a lot of Libyans are waiting like lines by lines, waiting for their money. And there's no money in the bank, basically. It's kind of like in America, what's happened. Do you remember when Biden promised the people who lost their money in the bank? Yeah, the same situation happened to us, basically. Right?
Yep.
So that sucks.
Well, it does. Pip is asking, when we're talking about the despotic, and the despotic being the disjunctive, the yes or no, what do we mean by that? It's worth diving into because it's not, we are taking, when we talk about this, especially from our position, because capital enables this, we are taking a meta view. We're like looking back on thought and we're thinking about thought. This is not, we're not like thinking, oh, this, that. I'm talking about the imminent experience of life. How do you decide what you're going to do for the day? That thing. And it's not when you decide as in you think about it, but in terms of as you read a sentence, as you come to that, how do you know what is being said? The despotic actually sticks around today. It's one of their critiques of Lacan. Lacan talks a lot about the despotic, the master signifier in the symbolic chain, which is really what they're talking about with the despotic. When we come to a sentence, how do you know what the words mean? Well, because they have definitions. That right there is the despotic signifier at play. Who defines what the words mean? The words mean this, always. When we talk about prior to this, the way that meaning sort of worked is it was something that was, again, connective, odd in the moment, a little bit more. Again, if you look up, Grial has some really great stuff on sort of uncontacted tribes and how their language works. Because again, language doesn't work in a lot of these tribes the way that English does at large, especially globally. Instead, it deals with a lot of who's there and how you're talking and tonality and a lot of things like that. It's kind of fascinating, but it's contingent, it's connecting, and then ephemeral. That sentence that's said right there, or the spoken voice, I shouldn't say sentence, the voice that's used may never have that meaning again and never be used that way. Under the despotic, though, because words have to have meaning, the king gives an edict and you goddamn better know it. And people need to know what it is. When you're reading, suddenly it becomes important that you know it is that. And so when we're talking about the disjunctive, it is a yes or no. It is this or that. It is this or that. This, that, boom, 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 as you're reading through everything. The disjunctive is this system of understanding that is very much built on that. The setup that is in play as we move beyond that shifts. Again, we're going to get to capital in sort of a second, but this is more the disjunctive at play. When we talk about the voice and graphism coming together, for example, which is really important for the despotic, the invention of the written word. We have to remember prior to that, we had graphism, which was, drawings, not symbols as we know them. Instead, they were graphism. They were pictures that were drawn for the pictures. They might even be symbols as we may think of them, hash marks or a cow, like a buffalo or a guy on a cave wall, whatever it is. But they don't mean man. They don't mean words. They're connected to the images. The images are the images. Voice is the same. Voice doesn't connect to the written scribbles of these things. When these come together and you get to this system that grabs them, where words and voice and everything come together, just to quote, writing aligns itself on the voice, but on a voice that is crucially absent. The imperial domain is too large to be governed in person. So, I'm sorry. So come on, you stupid thing. That is definitely not what I wanted to do. 2 seconds. Stupid thing. 2 seconds. I just lost the fucking page because this damn fucking PDF reader sucks. Doop 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 doop. Okay. The appearance, we're going to stop here. I'm just going to close that fucking search function because it's not working well. Okay. To read. What is distinctive about this system of inscription is that the independence of voice and graphics, characteristic of savagery, disappears. Writing now aligns itself on the voice, but on a voice that is crucially absent. The imperial domain is too large to be governed in person, so the state administers by decree. The one subsystem of inscription has now become the signifier of the other. Writing moves into a position of dominance. In practice, it becomes subordinate to this absent voice that it represents. By absent voice, they mean when you're reading, you don't, like there isn't actually a voice, even if you're imagining it. It's not someone talking. It's an absent voice via Derrida, who'd probably be the person to read on that. Two important consequences follow from subordinating writing to voice. The role of the eye in appreciating inscription has diminished immeasurably. It no longer seals the relationship between voice and written, appreciating sanctions of pain or rituals. It merely reads what has been written, often in a foreign language of conquerors. Body representations, Deleuze and Guattari say, have become subordinate to verbal representations. There's a change in the immanence that's experienced in seeing something that's carved, even if it's in a person, into a wall, whatever, to something that is written, which is something else. Instead of a woman who has a gourd tattoo on herself in savagery, which means that gourd is related to her. She is the canvas and the canvas is her all at once. This complex everything, when I see gourd written out, it just means gourd, and it's divorced from the body of the gourd. Just like the king is the king, but it's an empty position that a person fills. The symbol, not the thing. Writing no longer directly designates valued objects of desire while allocating them within this community. Writing now entails wanting to know what an absent other wants. This is kind of the point. What is it that is in the sentence? There is, with everything, every sentence, a handful of parts. One of those is manifestation. If you're reading a sentence, if you're reading a book, you're reading anything, the presumption is that someone is manifesting it, that is being manifested. This is why when we talk about the stochastic parrot of AI, and the trouble with AI is people think that there's a person behind it, and they presume it. That's how you make sense of things. You presume a manifestation of someone saying a thing. This presumption is actually the big deal, because you're trying to understand what the other is saying, what the other means, what the words mean. And you're doing it effectively in good faith. If you haven't read an AI, if you haven't read a piece of anything written by an AI and going, well, I'm sure, like, and just presuming it's not until someone tells you otherwise, like, oh, I should have known. No, you shouldn't. Like, how the fuck would you have known? You presume in good faith that you're reading something that's manifested by someone else, what the other wants. This element is a big deal. When this happens, there's a second part that sort of matters, as he calls it, a second pacification of the subject, aside from the ever-present threat of death in the despotic. Desire no longer desires objects, but now desires another's desire. Desire is the desire of the despot's desire, right? It's an awkward wording. Desire no longer acts in relation to the objects of value designated by collective rituals, but reacts to written law promulgated by the despot. As D&G say in this chapter, page 214, the complex relationship of designation, elaborated in the system of primitive communication with its interplay of voice, graphism, and eye, here disappears in a new relationship of barbarian subordination, despotic subordination, probably better. How could such designation subsist when the sign has ceased to be a position of desire in order to become an imperial sign, a universal castration that welds desire to law? What a thing is. All men will report for duty as I'm invading the next country. That's it. What does man mean? Matt Walsh would love to have lived 500 fucking years ago, because it meant what the king meant. That's it. We can talk about how these things are breaking apart. We will. Capitalism is breaking up a whole bunch of shit. But 500 years ago, it meant a thing. It meant what the king meant. And it couldn't mean anything else. It isn't that you would experience and go, well, I think what the king means is this, but, you know, the reality of gender realities, this is not how it works for them. Their desire, how they grasp the sentences that are being said, how they read, how they understand what the words that are being said, that is it. You're done. You are, at that point, in line with the king's desire. It's so strong that very rarely would you find people who would actually rebel against the king to undo the king. We still haven't found that, by the way, as a thing. We've had people undo the king to become president, which is cute as a thing, but they haven't really undone that thing. Not really. They're deeply invested in this setup. When we talk about, and I start using words, or when people start talking about how D&G use words, and they say, but that's not what this means. This is the despotic. It sticks around. It's these things aren't a machine or a single thing. Oh, look, we don't have kings anymore. Therefore, we don't care about this master signifier. No. Not how it works. These are all pieces, parts, machines, connections, social connections that over time germinate, connect to each other, disconnect, record, do all their things. And as new parts come on, other parts break and fall off and maybe get picked up later and come back. There's social machines and social worlds always have had this, always will have this. So when we move into capital, it's all these pieces plus a few other weird things that are sort of like the appendixes of social order that make their way to the next step. That's the thing.
when we did the revolution in Libya, it's actually like after, yeah, it's about 12 years. I feel old, but like we discovered that like it's not like, yeah, the destruction of institutions, like we kind of, the rebels like successfully destroy the institutions, and we kind of enter into like 10 years of like fighting and chaos until 2019, and after that everything is silent. But we discovered that like even the people who run prisons and the people who kind of administrate, they
Yeah.
still the same people.
Sure.
Like
Well,
like I remember meeting a present, like a present chief, right, who was like part of, have a connection with Gaddafi, right? I remember he staying in a prison cell, right? And he managed the cell. Managed the prison cell, like he's a chief, right? Who's from Gaddafi's time. He live in a cell, and he live like a king. Basically, they
mhm,
give him and they help him, and at the same time he managed the prison. So he
mhm.
he kind of, he's jailed at the same time he managed at the prison. So yeah, yeah, I agree with DGQ.
Okay, I have another interesting example. This is from a person very very close to me. So in when during the maybe 70s and 80s, sometimes like after World War II, or there was like a civil war in like some sort of Filipino, like one of the island, and um, you know, a lot of these rebellions people, they kind of coming from very privileged background, and a bunch of these lower class people saw something in them and then actually followed this person. And then, you know, these kind of people, like there's actually numerous of them, just kind of symbolically sit in the jail for maybe a few months or a few years, and after that they return to their privilege the life before, while all of these like underlings died for them in the civil war. So I kind of see like how like Marcellus, whatever Marcellus said, I kind of see them as the same thing. It's just the prison cell is made of dead people's body. You know, how they actually have the participation from the other side of whatever that class thing is. But I don't think this class thing is exactly what Brooks is being described here. But this is actually a very common phenomena, especially around a lot of the Asian country history when it comes to these like guerrilla fighters, you know, the civil wars that's only on one of the islands and whatever. So it's a little slightly different from the typical definition of civil war, but there's something that's very interesting about how these people just return to their privileged life just like before.
Well, and a large part of that is, it's one of their big points, I think, that does extend to today very, very well, is because we're looking at language in this way, where it's about us interpreting and understanding what could be meant. Not that these words have a truly transcendent singular meaning. It's not how any fucking word works. There's a lot of contextuality to them, but certainly there is a definition. But that definition has itself other words that are how it's used. So necessarily there's an infinite regression with every word. But these are the things that we build our laws with. And as we make our move towards a Republican system of government, towards a liberal society.
I feel like you're kind of pushing lawyers out of business if you keep going, but keep
Oh no, I mean,
I can't. Oh my god, I don't know why it's so funny, but like you're like killing all the career of the lawyers right now.
Oh no, this is
so
anyone who's a good lawyer. I've had this conversation with. I have a bunch of friends who are like lawyers, and I've had this conversation. They love it because this is an innate again, the way that Marx has talked about capital, and the way he talked about it. Capitalists who are actively in the markets, none of them are going to go, yeah, that's stupid. They're going to go, yeah, and The same with lawyers, because for them, the law allows what's called metonymy, a metaphor. We can adjust a little bit. We can change things so that the words fit what is needed by the social order. And this is where the state and the way that it has sort of forced its way through, even if we've moved into a Republican government, the king and his old edicts, oh, the word means this. Great. Now we've moved in, but now the word means this, which is other words infinitely. And a great example of that actually just dropped where they started turning Luigi, they called him a terrorist. They're charging him with terrorism, which is, no, he's not. That's stupid. That's stupid. It's stupid. It's not the way the fucking law was written. It's insane. But here's the thing. They get to do that because it's kind of it and it's close enough, because guess who gets to determine who the laws are for, how the laws work, what words mean what? Oh yeah, the state. That's right. So on its face, it's an insane idea. We may have checks and balances or whatever, but that's how the law is always written. What is this? What does this mean? What is this part of the law? How would you define this? What is this setup? You end up in amazing places. We have a lot of this today because as codes break down, and they are destroying everywhere, codes are shattering across the board everywhere. As that happens, people are more apt to ask questions that cause things to become then deconstructed. And so you have one of my favorite Supreme Court discussions that happened, I think it was last week before, where horrifying state is deciding that you can't have gender affirming care that isn't in line with your gender assigned at birth. They're making it flatly illegal. Now, they get to do this because the way things are defined is kind of fungible. But the response is incredibly clever because it's, again, using this nature of the law against itself. Because while the other guys are like, well, look, woman means here, we're defining it this way because we're setting up. Man means this, it's setting up this way because that's in line with these definitions. They're like, okay, but then doesn't that mean that you're putting sex discrimination first by saying that men can't have anything that they want to do because they're men and women can't do whatever they want to do because they're women? So you're actually discriminating people on the basis of their sex, which is an amazing response. It's using metonymy against metonymy. But again, the entirety of that is how law works when we have a definition that is the definition.
Okay. Wait. Just a little bit. I feel like I'm pretty sure I'm having like a flashback on one of my analysis sessions, like about the metonymy of the signifiers. Like I feel like I've had this conversation exactly with my analyst before, and I just feel like I paid too much money to that person. And have you seen, like, I think I sent some draft in the server. Have you seen some of the circle paintings I draw?
Oh yes.
Okay, so if you know, like, does anybody here know any like other artists that draw a lot of circles that looks like works of schizophrenic or autistic people? Just I have to check because I feel like going to the artistic field is like so much more interesting.
I think you're gonna have people be aware of what you're talking about even if they haven't seen it. We've got a weird group, so I think generally people get the idea. So you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just feel like going into the nonverbal, like more like maybe even geometric, is just so much more interesting to see metonymy instead of use the words to describe metonymy, because it's literally how the probability of these meanings collapse in different contexts. At least that's how I see it. But I feel like
no. You could, just so you know, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know that's what you're talking about, and I'm trying to.
It's not just you.
I feel like I wasn't getting that much out of the personal analysis, and I feel like I can have so much more fun, like engaging text like this and working on my own project that's nonverbal at the same time. Because I just feel like maybe anti-oedipus is one of those books that actually kind of make me like get out of personal analysis in order to be more productive in psychoanalysis. But I don't know, maybe that's not really a thing. Maybe
if I could push, I would say Guattari has some extraordinary writings in Psychoanalysis and Transversality that is about how group psychoanalysis became his push and why and how he did it, because it is it's a big push for him, because the thing how he wanted to take it is he was really kind of sick of this idea of You would psychoanalyze a person, but the problem is that ultimately now you have basically two people and you're telling them what they're thinking, and it's not really allowing the random chance of connection that may happen in a group. When someone says something and another person responds, and suddenly you have a lot more emergent responses that the analyst can actually use and go, oh, you see this working this way. I get you now.
Yeah. So I actually have been to those groups. There's this person called Irvin Yalom. He's one of the existentialists and writer that actually kind of started the group therapy in the United States. One of the Yale professors. Well, he's retired now. And you remember how there's like a huge psychoanalytic movement, especially even the Lacanian in 2016 started from that time in the Chinese. I've been to some of those groups. I think there's something interesting there, and I don't want to claim that the universal signifier is replaced by this consumption-based model in the United States, but everything is kind of pushing me towards that assumption that there is a group, even if there's two people, and then you have to use a signifier to generalize it in certain ways.
I would suggest that. So I'm going to continue, but I would suggest the guattari take, and then as we make our way through capital, because the next part is a combination of things, because we have so I've used the term metonymy, and I just want, because someone on YouTube did define it, it's worth taking a second and making sure. Metonymy is we have metaphor, which is the comparison of things as that are different but as being the same. It's slightly different than analogy. Metonymy is, and I prefer talking about this one because it is, as Pippa says, it's association, part, whole, or proximity. Metonymy, as they're using it, has a little bit of an extra dimension. It's almost the fungibility of the meaning of that word to become what is necessary. And it's one of those things that, because again, the way that we work through any sentence, Logic of Sense does a wonderful job of this. As you make your way through, you start with general manifestation. Who's saying it? Do I understand who's saying it? I assume someone is. All of those things factor into all the rest of this. You have sort of the signification, the words that are said and how they're related maybe to other sentences. So that way, when I use the word it, based on what I was just saying, you can go, oh, that's what it means, because it has no meaning of its own. But this last bit is denotation. Denotation is the idea of a word denoting a thing. Is it an actual referent for that? Yes or no? That's the yes or no that is the master signification. Because when we talk about how words are seen and how it denotes, a word denotes what we understand it to denote. Is it denoting a thing? Yes or no? And that meaning in that moment, and it is fucking lightning fast. You can go spend time with kids and watch them get slow with it and see how quickly they speed up. But as words mean a thing, you collapse them. And suddenly you've got yes, no, and all of the sentences of everything are sort of flying at you. You're taking them in, threading them, and making sense of them. Quite literally producing, making sense. Sense is a thing that you make. And as we do that with the despotic signification that is the definition, or the master signifier that is a leftover thing because of the state, because of law, because of how law works, because law always has to have a singular meaning, it puts us in really strange positions, because the idea of the right to bear arms in the Second Amendment, the fuck does any of that mean? You have these kinds of debates where the law is written on high, the Constitution, the kings of earth, fucking, as far as some people are concerned, God's children, the founding fathers, wrote this thing. And what do those words mean? And that's the law. This is the state. This is the despotic that is left over. But capital doesn't work with this stuff. Not really. This isn't where capital sort of starts. That's leftovers of the state. That's a metaphor? Pippa? I don't think I said a metaphor. One second, I just want to make sure maybe they're not responding to me. Oh, they're talking to each other. Good. You never know. It is a good entry for partial object series. I've got a video on autonomy specifically because it's fascinating, especially as you see it sort of rearranged. But capital, see, how all of this has come is these in the Despotic, we have this odd relationship with how meaning is made. Go back, Earth Socius, the social codes that are part of the world I'm born into are things I learn, and I learn them and I fucking do them because, again, it is survival. It's necessary. Death is around the corner. These are the people around me, blah, blah, blah. The despot comes and he allows some level of those codes to exist, but they refer to it, and it's a great way to talk about it, is overcoding. He says, you keep all your dumb shit, but here's how this works. Nickel is now worth more. I want gold things. They're more valuable. Even if your people really valued stone, which was a thing for a lot of tribes, gold's now valuable. The despot, with all of how he talks about this, with how he sets up overcodes. Capital decodes. And it does this because efficiency is more important. One of the real difficult things to understand about the book, because of how it's translated in the time it was written, is when we talk about schizophrenia, we are not talking about schizophrenia as we know it today in the DSM, period. We're talking about autism. The book's about autism, not schizophrenia, which sounds weird because of all the times they say schizophrenia. But you got to go back to the DSM and the way it was talked about in the late 60s and early 70s. You got to look back at their writings. You've got to understand what they were intending to write about and how they wrote about these things. The people they actually treated. Schizophrenia was basically for anyone who was mentally disturbed. That was the term. It was a catch-all. I'm not even sure if they had a DSM of any note or meaningful at the time. Instead, what they're talking about is the way that things are ultimately, and this is an oversimplification, but the way that the process that is what they call schizophrenia, what we would call being mentally non-normative, how meaning is found inside of that. And if you talk to someone who is extremely autistic, and I mean ideally able to talk to you, but how they produce meaning from things is very different than someone who's not. It's a completely different setup. So when we start talking about, go schizo, it doesn't mean randomly dissociating. It doesn't mean free flowing of ideas. It's quite the fucking opposite. The autistic is the mental illness produced by capitalism, because capitalism breaks down codes that desire was utilizing, that desire was coded in or over-coded in, and it scatters it. And it does this through the process of effectively trying to find ways to be more efficient. Capitalism allows the blacksmith to not be a blacksmith. We see a blacksmith as a job. That's not how it worked. A blacksmith was a social determinate position. It was a position in a society. You did that. Your family did that. You did that. That's it. You're done. But someone came along and went, there's parts to this job. I bet you I could find a way. Steve could do that part. I could do that part. Now there's two people doing the jobs. We're able to actually be a lot more efficient. We can break it down this way and this way and this way, because they see pieces, and they see pieces as a thing and how those pieces work together. It's actually fixative personality as a thing. When we start talking about how the autistics see things and how they put all of this together, this is the type of schizophrenia we're talking about. The partial objects of everything are starting to show. The breaking of codes, the decoding of all of it starts to happen. We start to see, actually, this could be done better. I could do this better. This could be done better. If you haven't spent a lot of time around people who are successful in any way, or people who spend a shit ton of time on the stock market, they're all like this. They're more functional, as we like to put it, and I'm putting that in heavy quotes if you're not seeing me do it, but this is a personality type that is produced within capital until it doesn't work for us anymore. And those are the people we consider damaged. Capital likes autistic people, loves them actually, until it doesn't produce, until they don't produce, until it's not useful production. And they are made, we are all made, period, by society, by our material conditions and by the social order at large. As they say, just as much as Prel or cars, the autistic is manufactured. And if they are made, the most autistic, you would think, oh, it's the champions of capital. Why is that? They would be the best and amazing. No, because capital is actually not focused on anything but production because of these other things that are sort of left behind. The state, the meaning, the way that it operates, the re-territorialization we'll get to, the way that decoding operates, the way profit is found. The neurodivergent among us can do very well, and they could do very, very, very badly, depending on a whole bunch of factors. A great documentary on this, Roger on the server, who's postdoc, fucking, he's got his doctorate in a handful of Deleuze things and disability studies. He pointed out this documentary to me, The Pez Outlaw. Pez Outlaw is amazing. We did a watching of the server. It's this dude who is 100% neurodivergent and wild. Like, he's a fucking wacky guy, and I kind of adore him. He was just trying to make money. He's kind of just flitting from thing to thing. And he got the idea, as Pez were becoming really popular in like the 80s or 90s, hey, why don't I go to Europe and find the Pez factory there? And why don't I have them make me a bunch of secret fucking rare ones that I can then smuggle back to the US and sell? It's an idea that the sort of codes of society don't allow for. But as those codes of society become deconstructed, and he did this because he was neurodivergent, he broke these things apart, he saw things differently, he saw the pieces and how else they could be arranged, and he went and did them, and he made a good amount of money. Capital found a way to recapture that. Pez Outlaw is a phenomenal example of exactly how this happens in process, because it always happens like this. Someone comes along and invents a better mousetrap, and lo and behold, they make a bunch of money. But they can't just share that money with everyone. It's not how it works. Because as they do this, as they find a new way to do things, everyone finds a new way to do things. This is the thing Marx stumbled on that kind of became a big deal in a book called Capital, which you should read. It's good, I promise. It's pretty solid. You know what he's talking about. The way that capital recaptures is really interesting. But this process of efficientization, it happens not just to a business. If that was how it worked, and I know businesses may have patents or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. The moment a thing has been broken, an idea has shattered. Let's take social media as a great example for this. The first time someone built an actual social media site, it defined what the edges of the internet were. And then a whole bunch of money flooded in. And then it flooded back out until someone else did it again with Facebook. It was MySpace, it was Facebook, it was whatever it is. These things happen. This is the process, the breaking of the edges. There is nothing that stopped Facebook from being around in like 1999 in some form. There's just nothing really stopping these things. There was a lot of contingent realities that ended up producing it when it did. But what mostly did it is that the codes of society are falling apart. And as they were, people went, well, what about this? What if I did this? Why don't I do this? Why don't I do that? And capital broke down. And as capital does this, capital loves breaking down. Profit flooded, a bunch of people made money, but then it distributed, it flattened, and everyone could suddenly do the thing. And then no, it doesn't matter anymore. Google comes out with Google Maps. Yelp comes out with Yelp. It depends on where you live in the world. One of those is more popular than the other. If you go to Europe, Yelp is useless. If you go to America, Google Maps is garbage for reviews. But whatever it is, when it first started, it was literally some guy going, I think this would be a good idea. Let people review restaurants. And they put it out. Then they start figuring out, well, look, a lot of people are doing this. We're making profit. Everyone started noticing. They noticed they could make profit that way.
Just quick comments here. You know, when I was in Europe, I feel like Google Maps is bad everywhere. Is that normal?
I mean, I found it useful, and I find it useful more often than not in Europe.
Really?
I mean, not for kind of directions, but for finding places that are pretty good. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the hours and sometimes even the locations are
Oh no,
very sketchy.
that's
and
very
a lot of
different.
times doesn't
That's very different. That's a very different thing. That's I mean, but that's Europe. That's less Google Maps, and that's more Europe and how quickly businesses shift and how they don't really have because of privacy laws and how corporations are structured there. In America, we have a Google and a Yelp. In Europe, they have like a bunch of them because of the way that privacy laws work. So it's coordination's a bitch.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
I don't see a bunch of the review stuff, but okay.
It's my experience, and again, it's been I was in Portugal earlier this year. It was pretty good. But again, not my point. We can debate whichever is better. Google search, a great example. Google search is a way for people hey, let's find a really good way for people to find shit. That's fucking great. Let's build a thing like that. Oh, look, we made money doing it. Hey, by the way, everyone in the world now wants to build a search engine. And everyone did. A bunch of people bought it. How do we make ours stronger and better and beat it? The profit margins on Google search are incredibly tiny. Like, this is not how you make money. It's also not how Alphabet makes money. Alphabet makes money at large via capital because capital is being invested and shifting and flowing through, and they're utilizing debt sort of mechanisms in order to, like, it's a whole different beast. It is not the same as a chicken stand where you sell chicken legs and people buy them and you make $20 at the end of the day profit. It's not the same mentality. It's talking about entire industries that have something breaking down, they shift, and then that breakdown shoves back. And that breakdown goes across everything. Happens in every industry. If you've ever been fortunate, and you find a lot of people who are weirdos, and I say that of myself, who are neurodivergent in some capacity, at what I would call the oddest places of cutting edge, and places that you wouldn't even know are cutting edge or are not, whatever it may be. But it's because it tends to be people who are neurodivergent who figure this stuff out, who do the thing that breaks a thing. And it's because the way that meaning is generated now in capital is different. The way that we are produced in capital is different. No longer purely through disjunction, although we are also built through that. We have that conjunctive element. We have capitalist production, capitalist inscription. And this thing that's happening, because capital has to maintain some level of power, we have a really weird secondary interaction. Remember how the king was the king, but he's a person? Like that thing? Someone said, people who think outside of the box. I would put it like this. It's impossible to try to think outside the box. That would be, you can't try to think outside the box. You either don't notice the box or whatever. It's always comes to mind this American Dad joke where he puts on his invention hat and he's like, Piper Klops. Like, it's like just the worst fucking, because he just, you can't think outside the box. You just kind of don't have a box. So it's just a weird place to be. But I digress. Apologies. With the king, we have the symbol of the king and it being filled by a lived person. The King George or whatever. King George might even be a symbol himself, but there's a dude at some point in that position. Symbols and the way that these things work and how they're sort of fungible, they begin having a secondary sort of effect, because as the larger social structure rewards the breaking down of codes, and it does, as the way that capitalism has developed over the last 200, 300, 400 years is effectively, hey, all the stuff that is state coded or that is overcoded by tyrants, we're slowly going to privatize and make more and more and more developed in this direction because we want to destroy it. And also we want the law and other things to encourage this fucking weird interaction at this point. How is it that subjects exist? Because capitalism doesn't make subjects. It's not the same as a king. A king produces a subject because a subject wants what the king wants. That's sort of where the term originally came from. It's you are subjected to the king's setup. So in capitalism, we don't really have a king. Capital is the one doing that, but capital doesn't really have that. Not really. It doesn't have a body. It doesn't have a money's. Sure, it's money where we go, but it doesn't have that thing. That's what family is for. as they argue, and it's not a terrible way to sort of talk about it, the way that we are raised and taught, and it's harder and harder and more hardline every fucking decade and every generation for the last while. What is a mother? What is a father to you? If I were to say, well, you know, dad's having a tough time right now with some health problems. Am I talking about your dad or my dad? Probably my dad. You don't know that because I'm talking about an empty position that's lived by, in my case, Brandy, who is having health problems, doing better lately, which is nice. But this thing changes stuff because now it's mom, empty position filled by somebody. But that somebody is kind of able to be found anywhere. Metonymy, remember? There's this empty position that's able to be constantly moved, that's able to be shoved, that's able to be pushed. And I am taught from early on, mom and dad. Respect mom and dad. They're your parents. Parents is a meaning. And also mom is a woman. Dad's a dad. The nuclear family, the family as it exists, reinforces the needs of that symbolic structure that's able to have me and other people be able to see it everywhere. That's the big deal. I get to see it everywhere, right? I can see mom and dad in a lot of places. Psychotherapy adores this. They love the idea of mom and dad being seen everywhere. Oh, your boss is actually just your father. But that's not really how it works for people, but yet we get to, again, so this really odd thing is placing people in a weird spot. I'm going to read a little bit of Holland here. The replacement of coding and overcoding happens by axiomatization. See, at the large social level, and also from our parents very often, we're not coded. We're not overcoded by the king. We don't really get edicts. Instead, we get distributive rules. Things belong in this set or that. Axiomatized. And it's not large scale stuff. It's not whole bodies. It's not people. It's not that. It's parts. Instead of a whole body, a person being a woman is shattered into many pieces. And everything is. And as the decoding happens and all these little bits are flowing in front of me and I'm seeing them on screens as pixels, each pixel has no meaning unto itself. Various coordinations of pixels determine what is being seen on screen, determine the image. Various coordinations of elements determine if I see a person as a woman or a man. It isn't if they are one, it's am I seeing that collection? The axiomatic set theory of capitalism puts this in place. This changes the ship in terms of how meaning is made for everybody. This is the odd thing to just read. Deleuze and Guattari considered decoding to be the positive moment of axiomatization, as I have said, because it frees desire from constraints and distortions of codification. When we once upon a time had coding or even overcoding, the coding of desire placed it in a socially determined spot, and desire would go, that was it. It was there. But the breaking of that frees desire from this socially determined spot. One corollary of the immense productivity of capitalism admired by Marx is the freedom it grants practices from becoming fixed in established codes. This is, as he calls it, the moment of cynicism. Instead of having fixed and hyper-repetitive over and over actions that people have to do forever, you're a blacksmith, you're fucked, enjoy yourself. Instead, there's movement, there's breaking of this. But the emancipatory effects of decoding, which stem from the economic component of capitalism, are accompanied by an opposing process of recording stemming from its power component, which tie free libidinal energy back into factitious codes. This is the moment of piety, as he calls it, so as to extract and realize privately appropriable surplus value. This opposition between decoding and recoding, which goes together, there's no such thing as just decoding, no matter what anyone tells you about any of these fucking things. This opposition between decoding and recoding derives not so much from classic 19th century contradictions between owners of capital and the dispossessed, as from the tension between the generalized social production of surplus value on the one hand and its private ownership and management on the other. On the one hand, capitalism devotes itself to production as an end in itself, to developing the productivity of socialized labor to the utmost. This is the moment of deterritorialization. Yet on the other hand, due to private investment in the means of production, social labor and life are restricted to production and consumption that valorize only already existing capital stock. This is the moment of reterritorialization. This is where the Marx, this is why I was screaming at Sunday. For those of you who were part of President Sunday's stream earlier and saw me get a little pissy, this is the third play in Marx that's kind of the big deal. In the third volume of Capital, Marx outlines the two moments of capital's ongoing self-expansion. In a first moment, a wave of new, more productive capital stock transforms the existing apparatuses of production and consumption. This continual revolution of the means of production that for Marx characterizes capitalism deterritorializes existing labor and capital to devote them to new forms of production and consumption, and in the process spawns decoding throughout society. Simple as that. Beginning. This is third volume of Capital. Someday the translation will come from the new guy. I look forward to reading it. But this is baseline third volume. This isn't really even the exciting stuff. So that's the thing. It's all through society this decoding happens, and it's kind of great, to be perfectly frank. Like, again, anyone who says capitalism's purely evil doesn't understand the reality of what social structures are or how they work. There are components of it that are destructive, that are emancipatory, that are enslaving, that are awful, that are wonderful, that are paternalistic, that are whatever it is. There's parts of these things. Understanding the machinery is how you make these things fixed. It's how you work within these things. And it's also how we figure out what the fuck comes next, because you can't fight capitalism otherwise. You can't fight what you're just stabbing at in the dark. Because the challenge is the second moment. In the second moment, this progressive movement is abruptly stopped, and everything is reterritorialized. The evolving apparatuses of production and consumption alike are tied down to now obsolete capital stock, solely in order to valorize it and realize profit on a previous investment. A wave of deterritorialization liberates all kinds of creative energies in consumption as well as production, at the same time as it revolutionizes and socializes productive forces. But then reterritorialization supervenes, yoking the relations of production and consumption to the dead weight of private surplus appropriation. The example I used in the read, and I'll do it again here, is if all of us had a farm together. Let's say we just were all cool, hanging out, and we were the only people on Earth. It was our farm. I'm an egg guy. My job is the eggs. I figure out through spending a little bit of time, I've actually figured out how I can do my job in like half the time. Yesterday it took me 10 hours. I figured out how to do it in 4.5. That's great. First off, because who the fuck wants me to be doing egg shit all day? I certainly don't. But wait, who gets that reward? How is that distributed? How is that set up? Am I the only person who gets to save time? This would be the question. Because I could say, for example, I'm doing half as much. And actually, in that other time, I figured out how to do Wig's job. I can do Wig's job in the other 4 hours of my shift. The entire thing. Now Wig has no work. I'm doing all that. Who gets rewarded? Does Wig not have to work anymore? Is that how it works? Privately realized profits? Is that the setup? Because that would be the idea. Wig doesn't have to work anymore. Or is Wig now free to just be an artist? Or am I fucked? Or am I, now that I've figured it out, hiring 3 other people to do that work, and I've got this clever system that has figured out how to do all of it? And Wig, who now doesn't have work, I throw out of the farm, out to the desolate wasteland to go fucking die. Because they're not being productive, and the profits have been realized privately. The freeing of desire followed by the reterritorialization of it. This is the nature of capital, constantly moving back and forth. It's liberating and it's enslaving. These are moments that happen in time. Time passes, one and another. They don't happen at the same time. They never have. But they are doing what they do. Famous examples through time of automation doing this all the way till now. There's a factory in China that is producing, I want to say, multiple hundreds of cars a day. And 700 engineers run the entirely automated factory. That's fucking awesome. I mean, it's cool because I kind of like the idea of automation. I find it fascinating and it's soothing to look at, and really fascinating as it goes. But do you want those jobs? Is that do you want people having to be doing the welding and walking around the dangerous fucking giant chunks of metal and everything? Is that what you want? You want these shit manufacturing jobs to be things people do? Do you want people to be doing that work? Is that what you want? Or would you rather just, hey, we don't need people doing that work. Now they're engineers. They're like doing, mental work and watching over stuff and fixing code and keeping an eye on things and watching graphs and all that shit. Do we want that? I would argue yes. At what point do you consider it to be pain? Well, it's pain and it's negative when that realization is then recaptured by society at large, privately, and no one else shares in it. The way that productivity for the average person has gone up by huge, huge, huge exponential margins in ways that we can't even imagine. Fuck, since the 60s. Go back 300 years ago. The amount of work a single person is doing in order to generate X amount of dollars is hilarious. It's insane all the way through the entirety of the world. But who's seeing that realization? It's kind of not you. I mean, I don't think so. Odds are it's not you. In fact, there are so few people who realize that private wealth that statistically they don't exist. So that's fun. It's kind of a wild thing to consider. But this is the setup. This is the components of capitalism and how as it works. Because again, this odd thing that ends up working with decoding and recoding reverses. As he says, again, Holland, both of these moments stem from axiomatization. Decoding represents the positive moment of the process whereby desiring production is freed from fixed codes, and recoding serves to recapture desire in factitious codes in the service of reterritorialization and capital accumulation. But whereas reterritorialization predominates under capitalism, capitalism can indeed be defined in opposition to communism as the containment and command of productive forces. Recoding fails in Deleuze and Guattari's view to contain decoding and remains a much weaker force than reterritorialization. This is because capitalism, as I have said, is basically meaningless, and as axiomatization continually unleashes more decoded flux than recoding can take in. A king has meaning. He's giving you meaning. It matters. It matters to everyone. What he's telling you matters to everyone's death. Capital doesn't give a fuck. Capital has no meaning. There's no, why did the markets do that? Well, it wanted us to be happy, my child. Oh fuck, I could think of people who talk like this. Really stupid people might think that capital has meaning. It does not. It just doesn't. There's nothing there. It's just breaking shit down. And underneath this, we end up with recoding, which is weaker than decode. It's weaker than reterritorialization. Reterritorialization is really kind of a fucking lot, to be frank. And we can get into that. We'll be getting to that into chapter 4, because when we get into schizoanalysis and what they think we can start doing in order to break these things down and play with codes, the underlying sort of play that's happening is really different, and it'll give us a really nice place to sort of play with overall, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think that'll work. That'll be my ramble for that one. Now, before I get into I'm going to skip talking about the alliant and filiative because it's a fucking whole thing. The last bit is the way that the subject, we are made through the family, through this odd interaction, is important because we need to realize, first off, we are all really basically narcissistic sort of by nature. We understand ourselves in the context of how our family or families, whatever, raised us. This is not a cultural thing. We like to have that larger groupthink thing. It's not even really anything beyond literally the nuclear family. The delegation of the formation of the subject to the family is important because the larger social systems we have no meaning and don't give a fuck about meaning. In fact, it's about breaking down codes. It's about decoding meaning, shattering them, breaking them apart. It doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. It's just simply not sort of the case. The way that you end up in a really fucked up way, though, is that now all of the rules you understand about the world, necessarily there is a gulf between how you learn it and who you learn it from and the social world. None of us were made socially, not in the same way as once. Now our families raise us, our families teach us, our families do that. And this segregation between us, the personal, our personal experience, and the social world is built into us in a way that is so fucking innate and imminent to us that it's presumed, and we don't even think twice about it. The way that you exist, the way you have been taught, is not social. Your parents taught you how to behave socially. The social world doesn't give a shit about you. Never will. Someone teaches you that. A person teaches you this, generally mother, father, generally mother, father. It doesn't even matter. But the law is given to you. Here are the rules of the law. Here's how meaning is made. Here's how these things work. Teaching, but they're not connected to actual experience. They're not connected to lived bodies. They're connected to ideas, symbols. This gulf between the lived experience and what you have, this is broken, and it is decisive in how you're formed. To quote Holland, with social reproduction governed by the market, divorced from human reproduction. This actually moves us into a place where we actually have rules that are now purely taboo. Let's talk about incest. Isn't that fun? That's a good one. That's a good, see, aren't you glad you tuned in? We're going to talk about incest. Incest is fascinating. There's a reason they talk about it a lot. Because ultimately, when we're talking about incest and we talk about it through history, we talk about it from our position. The idea that incest is gross and prohibitive. We've got that. Great. Happy day. Not my concern. Not what I'm here to discuss or debate. Nor do I have interest in anyone saying incest is good. Fuck off. I'm talking about how incest became a prohibition because we kind of have this idea. We've got to have rules against that. You cannot do that thing. We have rules against it. And we look back in society, we go, well, they have rules against it, right? Because they didn't do that thing. We have historical records. We have studies done on people, and we notice actually incest was incredibly rare throughout human history. It just really isn't a thing that like became the norm in a social group, except for the Habsburgs. We leave it to the fucking royals, right? But even then, we'll get to that because it's important. Incest in prehistoric times, we look at uncontacted tribes. They didn't do it. Therefore, we think they also have the prohibition because otherwise they do it, right? No. This is, again, a misunderstanding of how desire functions. Again, desires not wants, desires passions, impetus, drives, the push forward, all of these things. The way that they didn't have incest is because they didn't have incest. I could say, hey, actually, amongst teenagers, teenage men in the Congo, there are very few pranks pulled on neighbors and egging of houses. They must have a rule against it. I think a good argument back would be like, I think that the guys there, maybe they have other shit on their mind. Maybe they have an affirming drive that's pushing them to do other things. Maybe the demand for other things is so much that the negative image of this, maybe that just never was even a consideration or important. In fact, this would be the argument made by Godelier in his critique of Strauss. The idea that incest was not prohibited, but that the push towards exogamous marriage, marriage to other groups, the mating with other groups, the having children with other groups in order to propagate not just family, but alliances. That drive was so strong, they didn't need a prohibition. It just didn't happen. Occasionally it probably did, but just like anything, it's whatever. That's not a big deal. But that's the first part. The second part is they didn't have moms, not like we have moms. So it's also a really silly thing for us to look back and do. We have moms now. I have a mom, I have a dad, but they didn't have that. That's not how it works. They didn't have a mom. They had people who were their caretakers, who did things that we would say moms do. Breastfeeding, for example, in tribes isn't just like the mom does that. It would be super fucking weird, actually, in a lot of them, if it was the mom doing it. Usually it was aunts. There's a timing thing in a handful of tribes. I'm trying to think of it. I'm not going to get it right. The pronunciation of it. Oh, God. The problem is a lot of these tribes, I suck. I'm an American. I pronounce things like shit. But the idea of like a person being in charge of all of these things by dint of a position is silly to these tribes. Someone can't really even commit incest in the way that we know it because they would have to covet their mom. Now, the person who gave birth to them, sure, this may not even be their mom. But they'd have to covet them also, but only that person. But it's not like, it's just becomes this, okay, wait, what the fuck does any of it mean? And this, when we move into the despotic, this negative image becomes something that's actually clear for the first time. Kind of a big deal, because now when it becomes clear, the fucked up part for incest is that the king gets to totally do that shit. Everything. But he's doing that shit not even in a way that, like, I joke about the Habsburgs and a few others, but that's not even like the big deal. It's not literal incest we're even talking about, like genetic incest. You have to understand it from like a peasant's point of view. They see the mom as the queen mom. They see the king as the father, mother, fatherland, motherland. They see the sisters, brothers. They have this really interesting fucked up relationship with the royal family that when the king is going out, oh, we're going to have a relationship and we're going to make peace with France, we're England. And then the king's going to fuck that queen. Wait. How can he do that? Because that's someone else's mom. That's the queen mom of France. And that's incest because that's the mom of, how does this work? And suddenly, again, incest becomes a thing that is not prohibitive. There's no prohibited there, but it becomes something that's a little bit more visible. The way that, like, mom as a position is someone who's desirable or someone who does get fucked. But they don't even have that as peasants, though. Again, this is not how they don't exist in that way. Mom isn't the same thing. Queen mom is. The symbols start. So under capitalism doesn't give a fuck about me. Capital doesn't give a shit about incest. It really doesn't. But this odd shift in how we deal with things, sort of all of this stuff, how do we then stop incest? Because, and it's actually a question I think that's worth asking. I have a lot of answers for it, but I think it's worth asking because incest is kind of scary in a weird way. And it's not scary in the sense of like, oh, it hurts people. It does. It's awful. It's awful for a lot of like reasons and outcomes we see. But there's another reason. If I don't have to go meet other people, the joke of like West Virginia hill people who like incestuously breed like for generations, no one sees them. No one gives a fuck. They're the fucking like hills have eyes shit. That isn't just a horror movie. That's like a thing that people are like aware of. Oh shit. if we didn't care about it, why would we ever leave the house? Why would anyone ever do anything? Why would production happen? How would we ever breed and have more people? Like that fear of what it means to have desire immediately consummated. How do we stop that? We can't let people immediately consume their own desire in the worst ways. This is the fear sitting in the back of it. There's a little bit of a Nietzschean thing sort of happening there. There's a lot of play with that, but it's kind of this setup where it's like, hey, what exactly is happening? And how do we stop that? Well, that's the job of parents. The job of parents is to say, and psychoanalysis, as they see it, is to create prohibitions, to create these rules, to place these rules for the child that maybe the kid doesn't even have. Like, you can't sexually desire your mom, say to a young man. And it's like, well, wait, what? First off, ew, mom, not my type. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe your mom's hot. Maybe you have hot mom. Maybe it's Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And you got your hot stepmom. And it's like really upsetting because now it's your stepmom. You're not allowed to desire your stepmom. That's not even it. Why? It's because we have to have prohibitions on having desire find immediate ways to be contained. We've got to have people be productive. Capitalism, society needs productive citizens, needs people going out and doing things, needs people connecting to other people, needs people doing all of this. So capital delegates to the family the formation of the subject and does it in a way that requires that they teach them prohibitions that immediately create really fucked up ways for desire to see the world. Because remember, under the despotic, the edict became the desire of the other's desire. I want gold. Oh, I want the king to have gold. That becomes the thing. But now it's a little more complicated than that. It's not that dad wants you to not want fucking mom. Actually, that's probably the closest way to do it. It's not that he wants you to want his desire. He doesn't. He wants you to not want what he doesn't want you to have in his desire. And it gets more complicated than that because, again, remember metonymy and substitution, because incest and prohibition of it and Oedipalization is about, yes, you cannot fuck your mom. Don't worry, though. Someday you will fuck a mom. Yes, you will. As I joke, I am a motherfucker. I have 2 children. I have to be. That is my reward for holding off. This is how psychoanalysis talks about it, but it's also how we talk about it generally. This is the social space. If you don't immediately consume desire, you don't do that, you learn how to control yourself, you will be rewarded later. You will find deferred pleasure down the road. This is the setup because that metonymy allows us to have that position. You can't want that position. Eventually you'll get that position. And that thing creates a really fucked up way for desire to deal with itself. That's a huge deal. And this repression is very, very different under capitalism. Lilia says, thereby repression is essential to the function of the system. Yes, and it's a particular type of repression that capitalism adores because it needs us to have this odd self-control. It needs you to be holding yourself back. It needs us to be internally working on ourselves as we look out. It needs us to be concerned, like Jordan Peterson, with cleaning our room, with self-help, with our personal issues. And it needs us to look at people and go, it's their problem. Not, hey, by the way, literally no one has ever been made by anything but the society and the environment they've grown in. It's certainly not just the parents, and it's certainly not the individual person who's at fault for any fucking thing that they do, and instead it's always societal. No, we can't have that. Because again, the social order has no meaning, and we're kind of aware of it. So we bring that meaning through the way that we create this repression. And this repression teaches us everything. And this repression causes all of the problems. This repression is the basis for how capitalism continues to move forward. This is the repression that people visited on themselves. This is when people are Trumpers or when people are Biden heads or Kamala heads or whatever. capitalist, socialist, communist. I don't give a fuck. If you are any of these things, you call yourself this, you're doing it. You're creating that system and you're creating that standoffishness because capital needs you to be controlling yourself. Needs you to be controlling yourself. And this interplay with desire changes everything. Desire and production becomes completely fucked up because now I'm not desiring. No one suddenly desires incest. That's not how this works. That's like the stupid psychotherapist, baby brain, smooth brain bullshit take of like, oh, I didn't know what I wanted, therefore that's what I wanted. It's like, no. What you get is an image of the thing you're not allowed to have. But it's not like a picture. When we talk about images, we're talking about like mental images, which are a combination of like memories and affect and emotion and sight and colors and vibrancy and intensities that are popping around as things occur to you or as meaning is made by you. As you're doing these things and as meaning is being made, the images that show up, that's what's being made. And the image of desire that's made for incest, when you're told, no, you're not allowed to fuck your mom. You don't just go, oh, mom's hot. No. Instead, you go, wait, what? And you have an image created of a prohibition for a symbolic position that now desire is trapped by. Because now you have a prohibition to something that doesn't even fucking exist. So how are you supposed to ever do anything? How are you ever supposed to do anything? Because that's one. And it's saying incest is not the only prohibition we're given, by the way. Stand up straight, work hard, be good, fit in, whatever you fucking think of the billions of things. Go as a dad, I suggest any of you do this, and I do mean it. Go to a really, really popular place where there's lots of kids, some city, park, whatever it is, and just walk around and hear the shit people tell their kids and yell at their kids about. Just hear the shit that people yell at their kids about. And the way that they do it.
Isn't it better if you just listen to how people talk with their dads?
Well, it dads or moms. It's one of the fun things that has shifted is the, especially in the time since this, dads, even though they still generally do play the position of law, it's also moms and things are confused. So you actually will see, and I've been stunned by it because I don't know, I'm a fucking sexist pig or whatever, I guess. But I kind of expected a lot of dads more, but I'm seeing a lot more softer dads who are actually like the calm, nicer one. And I see moms who are like really fucking type A and on top of shit and yelling at their kids. These things move. And so it's just watching how people yell at their kids or how their kids talk or try to get approval from their dad. You don't see the same stuff, especially if you can be around 8 to 10-year-olds. It's kind of this really strange thing because at this point, and it's a particular usage of a word that I'm going to put in here. And I put hyphens in a lot of stuff because I think it is clever, but it's also, I think makes a good point. When we talk about this internal displacement that happens, it is castrating. The caste system that is built into these things that places you below your father, you below someone else who knows better, that immediately creates a class structure inside of your own fucking family imminently to how you deal with these things. The caste that exists suddenly, this law of the despot as the father, or as we're saying, the law of the father can be mother, it can be fucking two moms, it doesn't even matter. This setup, to quote Holland, for subjects are now efficiently, if abstractly disciplined, starting from birth, by the law of the father and that of the market. Abnegate, identify, defer, and work, or perish. The family is never completely segregated from decoding in society at large, and especially as the insularity of the family increasingly succumbs to the forces of socialization and axiomatization through mass education, mass media, and etc., familial recoding and paternal authority weaken in turn. And so, psychoanalysis, or many other things, step into this breach to shore up this complex instead of accepting the decoding of desire. The law of the father was already a displaced substitute for the law of the despot, and his power diminished in the face of the axiomatic decoding. Now, via transference, the psychoanalyst will in turn substitute the father for the latter's influence also as it wanes in the face of decoding. In effect, when the familial subjection of desire falters, so psychoanalysis steps in to offer a partially axiomatized variant aligned on and supportive of the familial Oedipus. And this, by the way, doesn't mean just untherapy. When we talk about the Oedipalization or the psychoanalytic system, he's talking about Zizek and Jordan Peterson and the popular culture and the way that we talk about things across the board. How many people, and I always bring it up, how many people saw people making jokes about how Trump never measured up to his daddy, that's why he has a small penis, like any of this shit. You're playing the same fucking game. That's all this is creating that and replicating that. It's always around us. It's always here. And no, we schizophrenia is not the point of the book. Sorry, Joe. You may have missed it earlier. It's one of the things that's really tough about a lot of this is, especially in Deleuze studies, the book's not about schizophrenia, not as we use the term today. I know, he says it a lot. It's a whole thing. But there is an autism that some of us, all of us have. Yes, if you want to say that. We all have a bit of the tism, certainly. We're produced in a particular way. The society at large is doing this. This is the setup. And this thing that's happening, this complex that we then, as a structure, replicate in how we think about things, how we organize things, how we construct ourselves and the world that we're in, and then demand of others to do the same. This is the other direction. From on high, the recoding and reterritorialization of desire after it had been decoded, after being freed, and then the family internally after the despot has had his heart fucking cut out by whatever we fucking kill him with. It just simply transfers into the father, the mother, the family, the personal, and suddenly the two sides create this pressure in the middle like a fucking diamond, and the conjunction of everything. You suddenly exist, and you, this world, your parents, your mom, your dad, your family, your brother, sister, the state, whatever, whoever raised you, whatever it was, creates your own world. And everything is yours. Everything's about you. It's all about both the need for you to work on yourself and how problematic you are and how everything is your fault, but also everything exists for your edification, for your happiness. The world is yours.
Quick question, Brooks.
Please.
When do you plan? How long do you plan to go? Because I kind of have to go somewhere at this moment, but I also kind of
I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. I'm gonna be doing another stream Sunday, and I might do another one tomorrow. I'm trying to stream more often.
No, but like I thought, because I didn't even know you have a stream tonight, and I thought that you said it's more likely to be Saturday early afternoon.
Well, a lot of people asked for Friday night, and then I'm going to end up doing Saturday or Sunday, and maybe both. I'm trying to figure it out.
So
It'll be.
Are you going to do tomorrow early afternoon PST or no?
I can do tomorrow early afternoon for an hour or two, sure.
I mean, I don't just want to be like, I am this only person that's asking.
You will not be the only
because
person, I promise. You will not be the only person, I promise. You'll be one of two people.
Well, I'm just trying to see what's the most popular poll result so I can arrange my time.
No, just tomorrow afternoon be watching. I'm starting to get, the last 24 hours has been dedicated to rebuilding the Quarantine Collective Discord, which has fucking eaten my brain. But I wanted to make sure I got a stream in tonight. I'm probably going to move into like news stuff and more just general chatter here in a second, and sort of leave AO behind and sort of talk more about some big news stuff that I think has implications in chapter 3. But I wanted to make sure I got through all of it, because when we talk about the big deal for chapter 4, and it's going to be a big one for you specifically, LJ, the push for schizoanalysis in chapter 4 is basically trying to take what they understand, and I think Guattari has an exceptional grasp of psychoanalytic thinking under Lacan, and trying to find a new way to make it work that isn't about the symbols, but instead about the machines that people are connected to. And that's going to be really, really fun. And it's going to take a while, but it's going to be really, really fun. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think maybe this is a good time to go off then, because I do have to go somewhere.
You enjoy.
I can join back. I can join back after about an hour.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I will see you tomorrow afternoon, and maybe we can discuss certain logistic stuff when it comes to the university and academic side.
Yes, we've got more stuff coming on that for us here in the QC too. So, awesome.
Okay. Okay. See you tomorrow afternoon.
All right. So let's see. That's, for the most part, that is like a top line summary. I'm probably going to actually cut most of this up and then put it out as this is chapter 3, because chapter 3 is a pain in the ass. I don't know how else to put it. Chapter 3 is just such a fucking huge amount of work. And it's not DNG's fault, like, as a thing. I'm not like complaining. It's just the nature of when you're going back through and recapitulating all of history universally, and you're doing it in a particular way that's, I think, really tough for people to grasp. It's a pain in the ass. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. Does anyone have questions on chapter 3 that they want me to get into? Stuff to talk about on that front before I start? I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do next. I'm open. But that's the setup. We'll wait for questions. I'll give you all a moment. Where is war in DNG's account of the universal history of desire? So where is war? Expanded, I think, better in Mille Plateaux, which is the second book of the series. DNG spend a good amount of time talking about the nature of anti-production, which is in this book overall. But I think when we start talking about actual war and how it operates, these things are the same type of social determinant and social interaction. They're just very complex versions of it, with the exception of being basically anti-production and how it is used as a means of expulsion of a lot of things. Chapter 4, we'll get into that. The nomadology, I think, goes a little bit deeper and talks through how war sort of operates. But they don't have war as a, hey, war as a thing. How does it happen? And it's like, well, it's the same shit as all this other stuff. War is just another instantiation of these various social machines and how they operate. They just take a little bit more in very particular ways, if that makes sense. At least, again, my understanding as a thing. Analytically subsidiary to capital. No. So capital is the third socius, which means everything is inscribed on it. It isn't really that things are subsidiary to it or determined by capital. It's that capital, because of the social and the productive desiring machines that have been in work and the nature of how we are produced in time, politically, historically, and socially, we find ourselves aligned with capital, and capital falls back on. But capital is at the end of the emergent road. So, you know what? Let's fucking dig a little bit on this one. War is one of those things that I'm not going to read anything from Mille Plateaux. For those who don't know, I don't believe in it being read to people or told to people. They outright state from the beginning that the book is intended to be read in whatever order. So if you're listening to me read to you Mille Plateaux, I'm literally defeating the purpose of it, like on its face, if I'm telling you what it means or how to understand it. So I don't believe in doing that. It's like reading the best poetry. It's like, I can read it, great. Telling you what it means, fuck off, Brooks. Generally how I sort of look at that. Jimbo asked about logic of sense. Yes, life got in the way. I'm going to be, over the next 2 weeks, I'll have time to toss a bunch of more logic of sense out there, which I'm excited for. There's a couple I have to re-record, which I'm really excited for, actually, because my understanding of logic of sense has grown a huge amount. Mehdi Parsa, M-E-H-D-I, space P-A-R-S-A, is a phenomenal analyst of logic of sense who released a book on logic of sense that I cannot recommend more. It's somewhere in the Quarantine Collective. You can look for it. But I would suggest buying it if you can afford it. It's not a cheap one. But I think there's a lot to be done there, to say the least. Let's see. Let's go through. Let's share this up. PDF. Why are you doing that? What the fuck? Oh, that's why. Excellent. That's going to be off center for a moment. That's fine. While I do searches inside the stupid PDF reader. Let's see. Where should I start? 1 second. All right. So it is chapter 4. I fucking hate jumping ahead, but we'll do a little bit of it because I think it's a fair question to sort of talk through. Let me share my screen in the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. If you want to join live, you can always do that. Also, patreon.com/DGQC, or send super chats and memberships. Please support. It'd be lovely to be able to do this more often and not have to worry about other things like money. But hey, every dollar helps. My brain's fried. I seriously, if you haven't been to the QC, I rebuilt the entire fucking thing and all the permissions. I deleted everything and started from scratch. And I know I know we're going to lose users over it and people are already pissed at me for what I did, but it had to be done. The whole thing was fucking broken. All right. So, in Introduction to Schizoanalysis, there is, shit. 1 second. Well, here's hoping my keyboard survives that. And excellent. That's okay. That wasn't plugged in. Here's hoping it dries off. All right. I just spilled water all over myself and it's cold as ice. Excellent. Keyboard's fine, luckily. Keyboard's fine. Probably, whatever, who cares? I won't know for a while. Schizoanalysis. In schizoanalysis, they start putting together things and understanding sort of larger ideas, concepts, ways people are affected, how the social world in space sort of impacts us. And they start talking into the space of a lot of more Freudian concepts. Specifically in this one, death instinct. Big deal for war. Big fucking deal for war. I'm fried and we're going to keep going, Lilia. We're going to keep going. We're just going through war. We're going to do this. 335, if you want to join, we're going to do it, but I'm going to start actually 334 because we're going to talk through a few things. Aren't all the destructions performed by schizoanalysis worth more than this psychoanalytic conservatory? Aren't they more part of an affirmative task? Quote, and this is their critique of old school analysis. Lie down then on the soft couch, which the analyst provides, and try to think up something different. If you realize that he is not a god, but a human being like yourself, with worries, defects, ambitions, frailties, that he is not the repository of all-encompassing wisdom, but a wanderer. Along the path, perhaps you will cease pouring it out like a sewer, however melodious it may sound to your ears, and rise up on your own two legs and sing with your own God-given voice. To confess, to whine, to complain, to commiserate always demands a toll. To sing it doesn't cost you a penny. Not only does it cost nothing, you actually enrich others instead of infecting them. The phantasmal world is the world which has not been fully conquered over. It is the world of the past, never the future. To move forward, clinging to the past is like dragging a ball and chain. We are all guilty of crime, the great crime of not living life to the full. You weren't born Oedipus. They are speaking, by the way, directly to you. I am as well. This is not random. This is them talking to anyone reading. You weren't born Oedipus. You caused it to grow in yourself. You aimed to get out of it through fantasy, through castration, but this in turn you have caused to grow in Oedipus, namely in yourself. The horrible circle. Fuck you. That's got to be vicious. I know that's vicious. Shit on your whole multiplying imaginary and symbolic theater. What does schizoanalysis ask? Nothing more than a bit of a relation to the outside, a little real reality. We claim the right to a radical laxity, a radical incompetence. The right to enter the analyst's office and say it smells bad there. It reeks of the great death and the little ego. Freud himself indeed spoke of a link between his discovery of the death instinct and World War I, which remains the model of capitalist war. It does, actually. More generally, the death instinct celebrates the wedding of psychoanalysis and capitalism. Their engagement had been full of hesitation. I love the language in here. What we have tried to show, apropos of capitalism, is how it inherited much from a transcendent death-carrying agency, the despotic signifier, but also how it brought about this agency's effusion into the full immanence of its own system, the full body, having become that of capital money, suppresses the distinction between production and anti-production. Everywhere it mixes, anti-production is like antimatter and matter. This is not like fighting back. It's just like anti-production. It's a block of non-productive, the sterile block. Full body having become that of capital money suppresses the distinction between production and anti-production. Everywhere it mixes anti-production with the productive forces in the imminent reproduction of its own always widened limits. This is the axiomatic. The death enterprise is one of the principal and specific forms of the absorption of surplus value and capital. It is this itinerary, death enterprise is war, by the way. It is this itinerary that psychoanalysis rediscovers and retraces with the death instinct. The death instinct is now only pure silence in its transcendent distinction from life, but it effuses all the more throughout all the imminent combinations it forms with this same life. Absorbed, diffuse, imminent death is the condition formed by the signifier in capitalism, the empty locus that is everywhere displaced in order to block the schizophrenic escapes and place restraints on the flights. Anti-production is productive capacity, desire produces. And the funny thing about production, and if you've ever been manic in any way, if you've ever been someone who's found something really exciting or odd or cool or like something that inspires you, production produces. Desire produces. Desire produces desire. It's a weird fucking thing. The excitement of the new creates excitement for the new and further new. It keeps going. But anti-production, the sterile cube of shit that gets dropped in, represses, stops, breaks the connection in a way that is blocking. It holds back. It is the insulation for the electricity of desire. It stops, holds it. It is under the despotic, in the earth socius, primitive tribes. Anti-production is sort of always there as this sort of larger threat of overabundance. And so as that grows, when overabundance happens, they have giant feasts to blow off steam effectively, anti-production, everything. Because you can't have, and they're terrified of, having too much production. Because if you start having a person have too much shit inside of a tribe, a single person, or things allocated in certain ways, power concentrates. And they don't like that. That is a thing that tribes very, 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 very much fight against. Very much. And there's a lot of really cool stories about it. There's a lot of really cool stories about it from Griol, actually. But under the despotic, anti-production is basically visited politically. There's just blocks and damning and death around every corner. But in capital, think of it as micro anti-production, because you have lots of little connections that you're making, little desires everywhere, and little things you can connect to. But as you're producing, not as you go out in the world, as you're producing desires flowing through you in all those ways and all the different parts and all the things you don't even realize, all of those parts, desire is effused through, infused into, deposited, and you don't even notice it because you're produced at the end of that. My son, when he was born, for the first year of his life, I loved tossing him into the air, throwing him around. Didn't occur to me to do otherwise. My daughter was born. I didn't do that. My wife pointed out to me after about 6 months, and I changed. Why didn't I? Like, do you think I thought to myself, oh yes, fragile girls. I would hate to be fragile with this. I would hate to hurt this fragile girl. And no, at no point did that fucking happen at all. But I still didn't do it because the connections, as I was finding my impetus and my motion forward, the anti-production, the repression in every one of those connections that sorted things and placed things in the order they do, simply didn't put that option in front of me. It just wasn't a thing I did. It's just it. That's how all of us work. That's everything you do. You don't make choices. None of us do. It's fine. It's normal. It's normal. All of us are like this. The way that this operates puts us in a position where we believe we're making those choices. We believe I am choosing. I am a good person. I am making the right choice. Go watch my video on resentment and understand how that's not the case. Because it's not. It's fucking been 400 years. Spinoza was talking about how this wasn't the fucking case. Nietzsche really made good cases for it. It's not new. It's not interesting. But it's important to understand because how that happens, how those little connections get little blockers of anti-production. That's it. And this is where repression is built into the system and we build it into the system further. To continue, because we're talking about war, and it starts internally. There's no difference. Social machines are desiring machines. That's it. There's not like, oh, those are social machines. Yep. There's desires. No. Social machines are desiring machines, just under determined conditions, actualized in a specific place is actualized. Desiring machines are always functioning. Everything's desiring machines. To continue, the only modern myth, and I think this is one of my favorite passages because it's ridiculously prescient, because zombies are like the hot shit for like the last 15 years. The only modern myth is the myth of zombies. Mortified schizos, good for work, brought back to reason. In this sense, the primitive and the barbarian, with their ways of coding death, are children in comparison to modern man and is axiomatic. So many unemployed are needed, so many deaths. The Algerian war doesn't kill more people than weakened automobile accidents, planned death in Bengal, etc. Phrasing in here is really important. He's making comments about how we don't give, how we justify some pretty awful shit. The Algerian war doesn't kill more people than weakened automobile accidents is a sentence that at some point I actually had someone say to me about Iraq and American deaths. Look, more people in America die of car accidents than people are dying right now in Iraq. I don't know what the fuck's your problem. More Americans die of heart disease, okay, than die in fucking Gaza. These are things people fucking say because they're, because people are doing this to themselves. They're producing this. They're setting this up. Modern man raves to a far greater extent. His delirium is a switchboard with 13 telephones. He gives his orders to the world. He doesn't care for the ladies. He is brave, too. He is decorated like crazy. In man's game of chance, the death instinct, the silent instinct, is decidedly well placed, perhaps next to egoism. It takes the place of zero in roulette. The house always wins. So too does death. The law of large numbers works for death. It is now or never that we must take up a problem we left hanging. Once it is said that capitalism works on the basis of a decoded flux as such, how is it that it is infinitely further removed from desiring production than were the primitive or even the barbarian systems which nonetheless code and overcode the flux? Once it is said that desiring production is itself a decoded and deterritorialized production, how do we explain that capitalism, with its axiomatic, its statistics, performs an infinitely vaster repression of this production than do the preceding regimes, which nonetheless did not lack the necessary repressive means? We have seen that the molar statistical aggregates of social production were in a variable relationship of affinity with the molecular formations of desiring production. What must be explained is that the capitalist aggregate is at least affinal at the very moment it decodes and deterritorializes with all its might. The answer is the death instinct. If we call instinct in general the conditions of life that are historically and socially determined by the relations of production and anti-production in a system, we know that molar social production and molecular desiring production must be evaluated both from the viewpoint of their identity in nature and from their viewpoint of their difference in regime. But it could be that these two aspects, nature and regime, are in a sense potential and are actualized only in inverse proportion, which means that where the regimes are closest, the identity in nature is on the contrary at its minimum. And where the identity in nature appears to be at its maximum, the regimes differ to the highest degree. If we examine the primitive or barbarian constellations, we see that the subjective essence of desire as production is referred to large objectities, to the territorial or despotic body, which act as natural or divine preconditions that thus ensure the coding or overcoding of the flux of desire by introducing them into systems of representation that are themselves objective. Hence, it can be said that the identity in nature between the two productions is completely hidden there, as much by the difference between the objective socius and the subjective full body of desiring production, as by the difference between the qualified codes and overcodings of social production and the chains of decoding or of deterritorializations belonging to desiring production, savage prohibitions, the barbarian law, the rights of anti-production. And yet, the difference in regime, far from being accentuated and deepened, is on the contrary reduced to a minimum, because desiring production as an absolute limit remains an exterior limit, or else stays unoccupied as an internalized and displaced limit, father, king, etc., with the result that the machines of desire operate on this side of their limit within the framework of the socius and its codes. That is why the primitive codes and even despotic overcodings testify to a polyvocity, a multiple voice that functionally draws them nearer to a chain of decoding of desire. The parts of the desiring machine function in the very workings of the social machine. The flux of desire enter and exit through the codes that continue, however, to inform the model and experience of death that are elaborated in the unity of the social desiring apparatus. It is even less a question of the death instinct to the extent that the model and the experience are better coded in a circuit that never stops grafting the desiring machines onto social machines and implanting the social machine in desiring machines. Death comes all the more from without, as it is coded from within. This is especially true in a system of cruelty where death is inscribed in the primitive mechanism of surplus value, as well as the movement of finite blocks of debt. But even in the system of despotic terror where debt becomes infinite and death experiences an elevation that tends to make of it a latent instinct, there nonetheless subsists a model in the overcoding law and an experience for overcoded subjects at the same time as anti-production remains separate as the share owing to the overlord. I'm just keeping going. Just deal with it. Just going to keep going. Things are very different in capitalism. At this point, we have only talked so far, and they've been reiterating and talking through the way the death instinct operated in the previous socii. Remember, capitalism's completely fucked up in comparison. These are relatively simple in all reality. We can, I get that. Capitalism completely fucking wild. Death instinct completely different. Just to say, when we're in the social space of death, look at the Aztecs as an example of a tribe. They didn't even have a king, not in the way that we understand it. It's not how their social systems work. Tribal leaders were not the same fucking thing. But death is inscribed in the body in the way that every day happens. Death is handled differently. just was. In the despotic, debt became infinite. And death becomes an elevation that tends to make of it a latent instinct, where death isn't something you feel immediately, but you're worried is around the corner. That setup, that pain. In capitalism, it's different. Precisely because the flux of capital are decoded and deterritorialized flux, precisely because the subjective essence of production is revealed in capitalism, precisely because the limit becomes internal to capitalism, which continually reproduces it, and also continually occupies it as an internalized and displaced limit. Precisely for these reasons, the identity in nature must appear for itself between social production and desiring production. But in its turn, this identity in nature, far from favoring an affinity in regime between the two modes of production, increases the difference in regime in a catastrophic fashion, and assembles an apparatus of repression, the mere idea of which neither savagery nor barbarism could provide us. This is because the basis of a general collapse of large objectivities, the decoded and deterritorialized flux of capitalism, are not recaptured or co-opted, but directly apprehended in a codeless axiomatic that consigns them to the universe of subjective representation. Remember how I said your dad? Dad is your dad. That's your subjective representation. Dad is your dad. Dad is not a universal dad. Oh, the dad. The dad. Nope, dad. I say dad. You say dad to your brother. You say dad to your kid. You say dad to your sister. Dad means dad. Dad is symbolic. It's an empty space. It's not a thing. This thing, though, this way that it plays is completely fucked up. This is the subjective representation. This is what codeless axiomatics play with. Now this universe has as its function the splitting of the subjective essence, this identity in nature, into two functions. That of abstract labor, alienated in private property that reproduces the ever wider interior limits, Marx, and that of abstract desire, alienated in a privatized family that displaces the ever narrower internalized limits. Two alienations. Two. Big deal. Big deal, by the way. This is boy, alienation sucks for the people. Yeah, alienation sucks as a person. There's this, desire and labor. This is the shift, the two functions, these two things. The double alienation, labor desire, is constantly increasing and deepening the difference in regime at the heart of the identity in nature. At the same time that death is decoded, it loses its relationship with a model and an experience. It becomes an instinct. That is, it effuses in the immanent system where each act of production is inextricably linked to the process of anti-production as capital. There, where the codes are undone, the death instinct lays hold of the repressive apparatus and begins to direct the circulation of the libido. A mortuary axiomatic. One might then believe in liberated desires, but ones that, like cadavers, feed on images. Death is not desired, but what is desired is dead. Already dead. Images. Yeah, fucking go watch a Marvel movie. Everything labors in death. Everything wishes for death. In truth, capitalism has nothing to co-opt, or rather its powers of co-option coexist more often than not with what is to be co-opted and even anticipated. How many revolutionary, just as, by the way, just a fucking statement in general, how many revolutionary groups as such are already in a place for a co-option that will be carried out in the future and form an apparatus for the absorption of a surplus value not even produced yet, which gives them precisely an apparent revolutionary position. In a world such as this, there is no living desire that could not of itself cause the system to explode, or that would not make the system dissolve at one end, where everything would end up following behind and being swallowed up. It's just a question of regime. I love this book a lot. The death instinct. I mentioned Marvel. Pick a fucking thing from your childhood. Pick dead images. Shit that doesn't really fucking exist, or shit that is your member berries, or any of that bullshit that you've ever dealt with, which, by the way, all of us have. It's fine. Like, it's fine. I think superhero movies are like the grossest version of it, but hey, you do you. The way that these things function, the incapacity for them to ever be new, that their necessity is being dead. Grafton Tanner, a phenomenal book on this, Foreverism, the need for things to not die, the need for things to become forever, the way homesickness is now lauded and a marketing technique. This is what they're speaking of. This is how we get to that mortuary axiomatic. This is how nostalgia eats at us and why it eats at us and how it works. This is the thing. War is the extension. It's not a unique category. It is. It's bad. It sucks. But it's not a unique category because it's not about how do we stop X, Y, and Z. Oh, monopolies are bad. What did Deleuze and Guattari say about monopolies? It's kind of like that. War is not good. But that's not the question that's interesting. Thievery is not interesting. To take the question they have that's, Brecht, I think, said it best. What is the robbery of a bank compared to the founding of one? Or Reich's question. It is not about whether or not or why a man steals bread. It's not about why a man kills a CEO in broad daylight in New York. That ain't the fucking point. The question is, why isn't this shit happening all the time? With the state of things, how many people has anyone here had a family member who ultimately was killed because of various choices by insurance companies? How you doing? Not alone in this by any margin. My dad almost just had this happen. My grandpa, for sure, 100% the reason. The horrifying stories. But we don't do shit about it. Yeah, people are hungry and starving in America right now, and they're not actively just stealing all the time so they have stuff. Why? How do we have these social formations and this repression that's working on ourselves and building in itself? This is why. This is where you come back around to it. This is a preview of chapter 4. Chapter 4 of this book, I find incredibly innervating. If you can't tell from how I was reading it, I get into it a lot. There's a lot of really beautiful phrasing that they use throughout the entire thing. I couldn't help but highlight as I was going through it. A lot of really stunningly beautiful phrasing and a lot of really extraordinary media examples that they give, poetry that they give. I find a lot of it just really, really beautiful. But at the base, you can start finding ways to analyze and talk through these things. Let's talk about Luigi. It's a great example of it in a lot of ways. Why is it that we have a debate about how to feel about this thing? It's because we have symbols and lived things. I mean, this is, hey, CEO. Hey, guess what? I don't give a fuck if a CEO gets killed. I really don't fucking care. The guy who's occupying that position, I'm actually sad about that for his family. He's a human. That sucks. These two things are the reality of how we live. That's how it works. That a symbol CEO either is something that you deeply value if you're like Ben Shapiro or Fox News, and that's why you're horrified a CEO was killed, or it's someone who you literally the opposite. You know, fuck most healthcare CEOs. But that's a symbolic position. That's not a person. That's not some, this is how this operates in us. It's how it works. We find the symbols that we are able to make attached to, oh, I know good CEOs. That's why it makes, oh, good CEOs over there. I was a CEO, by the way. Like, I was a CEO. I wasn't a healthcare CEO. I've been this thing, the symbol and the lived experience. This is the difference. This is the thing that we're doing. And you can watch it happen constantly as people are fighting over, well, should you feel bad or not? And they're saying, you should feel bad. No, you shouldn't. You should, because they refuse to understand the nature of how the symbolic is working within us and how we are generated by it, how we are made by it, how, by the way, Luigi was, and by the way, the CEO also was. That this doesn't just work for poor people or people who are victims or heroes or whoever we want to think is the hot guy on Twitter or whatever the fuck is going on with anything. All of us are produced. All of us. The symbols as much as the person. All of us. This understanding and this affordance to me is the basis of what I consider to be the universalist, leftist, emancipatory politics that I ascribe to. This thing. condemning all CEOs to death is a symbolic move. Not caring about a symbolic death, fine. It really doesn't matter. The person, the molecular versus the molar, as they call it, the order of regime. These things, these are terrifying. And when you pick a side, now you've chosen. Now these things organize behind you. People organize behind you. You become on one side or another. You become this or that. Again, symbolically with a lived position inside of it. You do this, you repeat it, you cause the repetition, and you build it in you and in those around you because you can't help it. None of us can. All of us do this thing. All we can do is be more aware of our own power. We can only be more aware of our own desires, our own affects, and the way that we resent and how we do that. Because when you spot it, you can work on it, you can fix it. You can fix a lot of things. All things have the potential for this, all things across the board. But this is how you start relating things to these elements. It's how, for example, you can have a conversation where people go, actually, I don't care about the Gazans. There's the symbol and the people. The symbol, it can be whatever you need it to be. It's metonymy. It switches around, words switch. Someone will understand the word Israeli as being someone of Israel. Can be just Jewish guy. Can be Israeli. It's the Louis C.K. joke that I think is one of my favorites. It's actually about how Jew is the only word that is both the proper name and also the slur, depending on how much stank you put on it. Because if you say, hell, yeah, no, I saw a friend of mine is a Jew, like that's all it takes because the word is metonymous. It's able to be switched. Israeli, fucking Gazan, Islamist, Muslim. These things are symbols. They're not lived positions. And we are given this early dose of mom and dad, son, daughter, house, America, family, nation, street, symbols, symbolic representations that do not have the lived experience in them so that we judge the world this way, we see it this way, we build ourselves this way, we move this way. And as we do, we reinforce it. And it works on every side. This is why I make the comment when I do that everyone's reactionary, especially in America, because I fucking do this shit too. It's almost impossible to have these discussions and talk to people without having some level of this show up where they ask, well, what, you don't care about Jewish people? No, I do. But you just said that you don't care if some of them die. No, I said that the realities of the material conditions on the ground are that these things will happen in the same way that, well, wait, so you want them to happen? You're justifying it? These conversations don't work either way because you're discussing symbols and lived experiences, and that mix is to each their own. It's everyone's personal world. It's always someone's personal world. Useless garbage shit. It's useless. Just useless. Ms. Dixer, hello. Would love to chat to you next year about some crossover observed within AI regulation boards and advocacy groups split between public and private sectors I see represent the co-opting of revolutionary emancipatory potential. Oh, it's fucking Australia. Yeah. I mean, I'd find it fascinating. I have a very, very different stance on AI, I think, than a lot of people. I've been working with it quite a bit. And I actually think AI is not going to be that much dangerous. I think that the people who misunderstand what it's capable of are deeply, deeply fucking dangerous. And they're the ones who are going to destroy everything that they touch, as they do. But we're going to get to a point, and it's going to be really weird to speak of automation as we were a little bit ago. If you were on Sunday stream, we were talking about automation and the change between labor and that. AI is not unique in terms of automation. It just isn't. It's the moment that we had printing shops instead of artists replicating paintings, that like this changed a lot of stuff. Automation is automation, and it always works the same. It's a thing that right away capital flows into and a ton of productivity is made, and it's able to change a bunch of stuff. And it is. If you haven't used AI in GitHub Copilot, for example, or I use Claude with Klein in Visual Studio, if you haven't used it to do your coding, you are absolutely falling behind in terms of what is capable of happening in your world of coding. it's hard to even describe the efficiency and ways that it has made a leap forward in terms of my coding across the board. I don't have to spend time looking up libraries, figuring out how they work. If you know how code works, you can make this happen. This is kind of across the board. You're going to see a lot of these things like this. But these commodifications are automated. The people, the stuff that's going in and the people that are sort of part of that process, they're there, but at some point it's going to become not profitable because the margins have to become tiny because there's so few people involved with it. Labor is the only cost that can be crushed. You cannot crush anything else in a supply chain. Cost is it. This is kind of where labor theory of value, I still don't understand how people don't see this with Marx. If you take and automate an entire process like you do in, say, Factorio or Satisfactory, where you put it all in and no one ever has to touch it, it's a fully automated system, like that's an infinite money glitch. Someone has to be involved in it, always. There's machines that break down, there's parts that have to be added, there's every single step. People have to be involved, and labor is that force. That labor is that force. And that is the only place that one person makes more money than someone else. That's it. You might get a good deal one day on some commodity, but generally commodity production is set. And you might have small fluctuations. Again, the capitalist spends money on, go look at the futures market. There's a futures market for commodities. You can go see what the cost of commodities have been for forever. They do this. And then you'll have a weird spike where it's like, oh, we had some fuck up in the supply chain. So yeah, but that's fine. Those are unique. Over time, when it's a nice flat curve that crushes because labor is the only thing that really matters. How much and how little you pay any person involved from the moment of extraction of original resources all the way through to the person selling a thing to an end user. If you can automate every step of that, you can't. If you could automate every step of that forever, it'd be an infinite money glitch. You'd just retire and no one would ever work again. Things don't work like that. Machines break down. Those parts need to be mined. Those parts need to be extracted. There are steps everywhere. AI overall is going to run into the same fucking thing. And it's going to be really fucked up because there's a shit ton of money and power being used for a thing that isn't going to drive as much as what people think. I think it's very good for productivity for a handful of things, but it's not going to change the world as much as people think. And already, in order to make up for the power that is going to be taken up, Microsoft and Amazon are investing in fucking nuclear. It's insane, the shit that is happening. That's going to just collapse again. Crypto take two, VR take two, metaverse take two, whatever. It's just all crazy. It's all fucking dumb bullshit. There's so much possible. It's great. People will find cool things, but industry is going to do the same thing. The ideal situation for AI ultimately is actually just because one king rules them all, and you just need basically the largest power doing the largest fucking training. Just have everyone work on a state-sponsored project and have the thing become global and public and have everyone be able to use it. It's stupid to have it privatized. But again, that's what capitalism does. It's a whole different beast. Whole different beast. Whole different beast. Where W in that AI animation might get capital bros to acknowledge labor theory of value. No. Well, again, labor theory of value is a thing that people who actually run businesses like innately know. They may not call it that, and you may have to use other phrases for it. But when you say, and they talk about how they're able to generate or make money, they talk about labor costs. That's, when we were setting up to open IMAX VR, I was going to be this chief business officer of it when we were opening. We were set up the first one in Los Angeles, and we started putting together the business plan for the entire thing. And the way business plans like this work is you figure out opening hours, you figure out foot traffic, you figure out costs, you figure out time of day. You do legwork to actually watch how many people walk by, who are the people. You do studies on who they are. Like if you really are doing this, you need to find locations that do these things that support the business. But all of it revolves around labor costs. It's the only place that you can cut corners that is able to be compressed in the way it is. Otherwise, things break. you have a minimum that you have to spend. You have to have VR headsets. You have to have walls. You have to have this tech. You have to have this safety. There's rules around everything. Labor, you want to get as cheap as possible. You can pay more. And you can pay more for one person who can do a job of two people, maybe. But you start having labor costs be the crushing function. And all the way down the chain, we had our own custom headset that was being manufactured by Acer, which is the entire production line when it comes to that, plus screens and how we get screens from Samsung or the secondary plant inside of one of the other companies that does these LED fucking nightmare fucking screens. That was a whole deal. That entire thing, supply chain, labor is the only thing that matters. And people who do business know this. There's no like, everyone knows this, but debate bros don't know this because their only job is talking to people. They don't understand labor as a thing, like as a concept, because they don't fucking run real businesses. Mr. Beast, I guarantee you, fucking gets what fucking labor is and thinks about it in very particular terms because he knows it's the only place he can make fucking profits. You can't cut corners when it comes to, like, I'm going to have a Lamborghini. Oh yeah, cheap Lambo? I mean, that's not an option, but if you can pay a bunch of illegal immigrants to import it and do this, if you can pay 2 interns to drive it or get them to work for free because the local college is so excited to have them work for you, this is how you make money. That's how you make money, is fucking people. That's what business is. Everyone's known this for like a long time. Labor theory of value is not complex. It's just understanding that, hey, anywhere in the line of things, look at how labor functions. Over time, as things become more automated and fewer people are involved, the profits go away just as much as the costs of labor. It crushes down because as automation happens, that part of the chain gets subsumed into another industry. Gorilla Glass, great example. Gorilla Glass, Corning Gorilla Glass, fantastic example. They didn't really have a lot of good uses for what they did, but like the iPhone's it, smartphones are it, and devices and things like that. Gorilla Glass is fucking everywhere now. But the process, you can't spend a fortune on automating what is not really a thing that's highly in demand. Glass is not cheap to make unless you know you're going to sell a fuck ton of it. Then you build and you work on factories that are huge and you use efficiency and you build all these gigantic things that are sort of set up. This is how you make money. But I'm not going to build a factory for, I sometimes solder shit. I'm not going to build an automated factory to solder my fucking shitty fucking Eurorack synths. I'll do it myself because it's not worth it. It says there's no money to be made there. Every step of that process, look at the Eurorack synths I use. They have incredibly complex pieces, all of which have become so hyper automated that they're incredibly cheap and able to be bought every single piece out of China for literal pennies. That 30, 40 years ago, each of those would be way more expensive. Over time, those pieces became more automated. The factories became more automated. Labor became cheaper, moved to areas that could be cheaper. China effectively using slave labor in a lot of places. Whatever it is, that price dropped. But then those things get used in other stuff. That's how it works. And then it goes. It's one of the things I've always found like most stunning is that people don't get just the basics of how Marx works. Like none of this shit is that complex, honestly. It's just not, but of course, if you're just a streamer your entire life and you've never had a real job and you don't understand the process of how all these things work, this would be fine. This is how you'd end up. And you'd just be like, oh yeah, probably labor theory of value is bullshit. People I talk to say that because, I don't know, I talk to libertarian think tanks and they're also not real people. So what do you fucking expect? Fuck. Sorry, it just pisses me off when people do this stuff because it's like Soros bitches about it, but go watch Trump in the old days talk about construction sites. He doesn't know he's talking about the labor theory of value, but when he bitches about how expensive union people are in certain jobs and how the only way to make money is to hire people who aren't union, what do you think he's talking about? You can't, Red says, I can't think of a single VC who believes labor had value. I can, I know two VCs who absolutely do. And they're people who literally like actually made money and made companies and were normal humans once upon a time. Like they exist, but most VCs are family offices who their families have money. Like their family bought a sports team or oil barons or some fucking crazy dumb shit from long ago. It's terrifying. It's real. But that thing is like, how would you think, and they're the kind of people who say things like they're job creators. Because again, they don't understand how business works. They think if people have money, they'll hire people, even though because they do that. Oh, look, I have a little bit of extra money. You know, what'd be funny is if I had someone dance for me. That would be lovely. Hire that clown. That's how they view things. They don't understand that like a real business, like if they make extra money, they don't hire somebody. Do you know when they hire someone? When that new person will make more money than it would cost. That's literally it. Any business in the world, it's like the easiest binary choice. Hey, if I hire you at the rate I can hire you at, am I going to make more money than I used to? No, then I'm not hiring you. That's it. Like VCs don't exist that way because they're impervious. Elon Musk, for example, is impervious to this because of the silly amount of money he has. But every business that they invest in, this is how they work. And they know this, and they all know this. But they don't want to talk about it that way. They want to keep lying to themselves. They like the story. Again, we talk about the symbol and the lived experience, and one wraps around the other, and you see the one that matters to you, that you've already been sort of preset and pre-built in order to notice and how to notice. And that's the point of anti-Oedipus, is that these things are built. Is that why universities won't hire me as an assistant professor? Actually, yes, probably now. Universities are fascinating in this way now. Modern universities, they are big on grants. Can you drive grants? Can you drive anything else? My God, thank you, Insomnia. 5 more memberships. How lovely. Very nice of you. That thing that's happening, it's all based around that same stuff. Oh, are we going to make more money than not having them? Are they going to be a detriment? Are they going to cost us money? Like, if you've never run a business, or you've never been in that position where someone was blunt with you and said, hey, hired you for a sales job. By the way, that's how sales jobs work. Hey, you going to make me money? I have worked 100% commission jobs, 0 pay sales jobs. They're the worst thing. I fucking hate them. Worst job I ever had was, I think I've mentioned it before too. Selling. Have you ever been to a shitty office or a dentist office or anywhere, and you notice they have that like crappy art on the wall, like paintings that look like someone bought a bunch of them at like Big Lots shitty fall off the truck sale at like some backwoods area, and then maybe wandered building to building trying to sell them in for the literal most amount of money that they could and kept the cash. I did that job. You show up in the morning, they fill your car with 20 paintings. That's it. And at the end of the day, you give them their share, and it's, if you don't have the paintings, you pay for them. That's it. Oh, kid, look at you, supporting machine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my friend. That sucked. That job sucked. And it's 100% commission. And how it works is the guy who owns all of these paintings, and paintings I'm putting in fucking quotes. If you've ever been to like TJ Maxx or Big Lots or like Goodwill, and they have like that, like it's a print of lilies, and it's like on a white frame, and it's like cheap. It was all of those. And the ad in the paper, I needed a job. The ad in the paper was just like, sales needed, blah, blah, blah. You show up, and they just immediately throw shit in your car, and they're like, you've got 8 hours, be back here in 8 hours, or you're paying for all of them. We have your license plate number. That sucked. That was not a handful of weeks that I enjoyed myself. Taught me how to sell, as it does. But how did he do it? Because he spent very little on these paintings. Labor, we were only commissioned. You didn't pay us by the fucking hour. The job wasn't taxed. We got cash. Like, it wasn't a job. It was a fucking job. And we made money for him, or we made money for him. That was it. And it was zero risk to him and pure money. It was wild. I did boiler room shit for a little bit. I don't think anything weirdly. Sales jobs are the worst for this. You feel it really hard. I think in your heart, I did. Because you talk to people and your job is to sell them. Your job is to trick them. When I first got into marketing, I was doing marketing for a couple things in Colorado. I was doing light like web work. I had this fantasy in my head because I was stupid, that marketing as a job, your job as a marketer, was specifically focused on, hey, if I can get the right things in front of the right people, that's my job. So my friend of mine, his theory of like how to pick up women was not like to do it cynically. He didn't even like hook up with girls. His thing was he wanted to make sure that if he ever saw the girl of his dreams or he had that moment, he wanted to be able to make sure he got her number. That was his theory. Kind of how I looked at marketing. If I can get the right things in front of the right people at the right time, and people want things, people want stuff, people need paintings, people need this, people need that, people need stocks, people need whatever. I justified it in my brain that way. What you learn in that is that your job is to make as much money for the person you work for as possible. They don't give a fuck about you. And your job quickly mutates you into doing that. Or you get fired. That's it. If you've never had a job like that, really tough to understand how that shit fucking works. Really tough. Really tough. It eats at you. But that's the thing. At the base of it, when we start talking about how labor works in the market, how people are paid, all this stuff, Marx's thing was about understanding this abstract labor and how it's being ultimately co-opted by the privatization of things and the value of it being put into capital, which is then being privatized and the blah, blah. And anti-Oedipus goes, yes, absolutely, Marx is right. But he forgot there's the same thing happening here. So we have labor as the molar, large, aggregate expression of desire and how it is anticipated for and co-opted by capital at large. And here we have the personal, the micro, the desire, how it is co-opted by capital and repressed. These things. And the same way that workers demand somehow, not to have unions in a lot of states in America. Just as a thing. I want a right to not join the fucking union. I don't want to be fucking, you can't believe you're going to control me. I want my boss controlling me. I don't want to have a fucking say in it. People also personally doing exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Please tell me what dad means. Please tell me what man means. Can you tell me what everything is? I want man and woman to be specific. I want to know stuff. I don't want to have to worry. I don't want to have to make things myself or have to work with others to define how the world works. Just do this shit for me. This is all, by the way, all of us. This is me too. Fucking all of you in one way or another. You don't know it yet. You don't know it. You should. You should start thinking about it. Spend some time on it. It's good stuff, but it's across the board. And that's the point of anti-Oedipus. That's the point of anti-Oedipus. And that's my rant for the night. It's a hell of a rant. Labor theory value shit just pissed me the fuck off. Rudd asked earlier, but what other word would you use instead of schizo that communicates the authentic rebellion? I mean, autist. So when we talk about the process of schizophrenia, at the time, you have to remember schizophrenia was this very, very large umbrella term. The way, if you go way back in time, there's a lot of words like retard that it meant people who were slower. And it didn't mean anything. It just meant, ugh. Schizophrenic is the same thing for a lot of shit like that. It's like, look, schizophrenics are being committed. My son is schizophrenic. They had the term childhood schizophrenia, child-induced schizophrenia. There's a term for it. that thing, literally today we would talk about it being autism and ADHD. That's it. Early onset childhood schizophrenia. There was some phrase for it. But if you look through the papers of what that was, we talk about it and people are like, oh, I know schizophrenia. No, you fucking don't. Go read the papers of what they said. Oh, look, the severe cases are sitting in their room and non-communicative, rocking back and forth, saying the same 7 things over and over. What? So Rain Man was schizophrenic? Yes, actually, yes. Rain Man was schizophrenic. So were a lot of things. Autism as a thing was just umbrella swept under schizophrenia. And then we started piercing things and breaking it apart and categorizing. And I'm not here to talk about maybe, oh, this is not that. I'm not a big fan of categorizing any of this stuff. But I can tell you right now, the idea of, oh, the schizo, we're going to go schizo and everything's random and it's free flowing. It's like, no. It's also why I hate the word flow in anti-oedipus in the translation, because it's not in the fucking original. It's not. The free flow of ideas, or, oh, look, it's about the flowing hipster fucking woo shit. It is not. Actually, how extreme it is to the autist side of things is that if I were to start saying, actually, I think it's possible for us to have a conversation about the natural flux of capital. And if we were to talk about the derivative, ultimately, of dx, where we say dx is the natural labor capacity of things, and dy, I could graph this on a fucking graph. That sounds autistic. That's because that's what capital is. That's literally a section in Anti-Oedipus talking about the nature of derivatives and how calculus works inside of this. Because how autism works and comes forward, how it's produced, is socially. We're made. This is not, again, people really want, it's not vaccines. Just letting you know, it's not vaccines. It's, hey, we've spent our entire lives with children telling them that they need to do things based on non-lived experiences, and we force them to memorize things under penalty of punishment, physical very often, but definitely emotional, that they have to do specific things. They have to memorize these ephemeral, abstract rules to an extreme condition in various families. And then we wonder why they're obsessed with rules. We were wondering why they're obsessed with parts of things. This is the production of people. This is if you've ever watched, and it's a trope now, but like the show Billions or any of these fucking stock trading shows or whatever it is, the people who are the best at the capitalism at these places are always neurodivergent autist people. They're not schizophrenics. We like this idea of like the crazy, weird artist schizophrenic. It's actually not actually the behavior pattern of people who are actual artists. The people who are like, and as is being dickish on my part, but all the people I know who've ever been the weirdly creative, I've been fortunate to be around some extraordinary artists. I've met a lot of amazing artists. I've read biographies on outsider artists or Basquiat and others. These are not people who are schizophrenic at all. These are people who absolutely had various levels of autism in how they behaved and how they acted. And very often you can find studies on them that do this, that talk about this. This is this thing, but this romanticized schizophrenia, the crazy weirdo who's got just everything coming through their brains. We like that because that type of thing we ascribe to, go watch any Hollywood tropey bullshit about the crazy artist who's just free and a free soul and having lots of sex and drugs and all that. It's like, yeah, this ain't the thing. This ain't the thing they're talking about. Really isn't. Frustrating. The term savant does come up. Yes, Rudd. This is, again, read Guattari's work. He literally writes about his clinical studies and the Laborde Clinic. Laborde? God damn it. I always get it fucked up because I love Guy Debord and Laborde Clinic in my brain. I just can't. That thing, whatever he was doing, he talks about his patients. He talks about the schizophrenic patients. Read it and go, huh, that's not schizophrenia. Was then. That's how it works. That's how it works, by the way. That's how time passes and words change meaning, especially clinically, right? Homosexuals were schizophrenics, by the way. Like, the bunch of gay schizos. Like, these words were wild. Very different beast. Very different beast. Manic pixie anti-oedipus. That's actually not a joke. Plastic Pills, who's like, was the worst. And I say this having moderated the Deleuze subreddit for fucking too long. 2 years, multiple years. Oh God, I wasted so much time. Oh God, I wasted so much time of my life. Plastic Pills is hands down one of the worst philosophy people online. But people love it because he gets to like basically look like someone who probably smells really bad and be cool and outsider and all that stuff, which is calculated, works within capital. Absolutely. Because then he's touching into those things. And he does this. Be schizo, be wild. That's what Deleuze and Guattari want because he never read the book. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. He doesn't care about any of this shit. And the way that these things get put forward make it so it's repressive. It is naturally built to be repressive. Capital's not going to celebrate autism. Autism is horrifying to capital because it's the opposite of productive at its most extreme. Just flatly. They like productive autism, and that's it. But not too far. Don't go too far. You break through the wall, and suddenly you're disconnected, you're broken, you're separated, you're an automaton. Automatism was actually a word they used for this, where you weren't really cognizant of your actions through the day, which is a level of autism that exists as a thing. Automatism is part of what they're talking about, the sort of automatic remote nature of seeing these things. I say that ignoring the vast ocean of fasci edgelords commodifying Nietzsche. If my specialty was Nietzsche, I would, but there's other people who are happy to complain about the Nazis co-opted Nietzsche. Nietzsche's like the king of co-opted. Deleuze is just misunderstood, and a handful of people who just suck at this and don't really give a fuck about philosophy and actually engaging with text just enjoy it. This, again, the trouble with Deleuze and sort of his work is it's not just a thing you read and go, oh, I get it, that you don't. I made that mistake. It's fine. This is not a judgment thing at all. I made that mistake. I read Anti-Oedipus for the first time 2008, 7, maybe, like sat down and read through it. And I don't actually even know where I was, like mentally, because I remember some of the thoughts I had or beliefs. It's like foreign to me. It's a weird sort of way to look at it, because someone sat me down when we started doing the reading for the Quarantine Collective. Someone sat me down and basically went, hey, you should go read these things. And it was like a handful of Nietzsche. It was a little bit of Berge, a little bit of Simondon, and Kant. And then Spinoza followed that, and then rereading Marx. And it's been a journey. I'm fortunate. I've been able to do fucking all this for years and have literal professors and masters of this yell at me and tell me where I'm wrong. But that's the thing. This is not easy. It's and philosophy is the only place you really get away with this shit, when you can say dumb shit like plastic pills or these other fucks. There's a bunch of YouTube videos now about like anti-Oedipus, oh, it doesn't make sense because of this. I think it's insane. It only works in philosophy because I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I had this thought the other day. This happens in science too. String theory or quantum theory. Like, how many videos exist right now on the internet that get all of those things fucking wrong? That think Schrodinger invented the idea of putting a cat in a box, that talk about the idea that a cat can be both alive and dead, when in reality that's like his joke. It's a joke he was making about how stupid quantum mechanics was. But people write and make things. Veritasium, who I like, I don't want to show it. It's a fine channel. It's perfect for like educating like kids about stuff. But you go down these weird hills where they say shit that they're just not equipped to say. And this happens with everything. Philosophy people get away with it more because honestly, fewer people really give a fuck. They prefer things that sound good and make them feel good, which is why science works well when this happens as a thing. But yeah, it's a tougher thing. It's a tougher thing overall for a lot of these fucking people. I find it to be that. It's a bit of a nightmare, to be perfectly frank. But yeah, as LG says, it's all just part of hipster culture. I'm a hipster, so I know my people. It's probably fair. Rudd says, I'm glad to overthrow social reproduction through my ironic mustache finger tattoo. Yeah. Fuck. It's tough. What? I am a hipster, LJ. I hate to break it to you. I'm sorry. I apologize to LJ. I'm a hipster. It's the way it works. Like, it's just, I am what I am. I'm the kind of, I am the kind of person who, really got into, shaving my pencil with a razor blade because it makes a finer point, even though I'm not a fucking pencil artist. I hyperfixate. Boy, can't imagine what kind of neurodivergence. I must be schizophrenic. Must be schizo. Certainly, that's not the diagnosis. I absolutely have experienced seeing joy and relief in people's faces when they heard high-functioning autism. I like that, Rudd. That is also accurate. And it's one of those things that when people talk about it and how it shifted over time, my parents do this. A lot of people now, autism wasn't a thing 50 years ago. Why is it now such a big thing? And it's like, literally just look at how this shit works through time. Look at how these things have operated, how it's happened. This is the stuff. Like, this is not new. As I like to say, my generation, and I'm sorry for you kids, because it sucks, but my generation were raised by the children of people who experienced one of the greatest wartime traumas that's ever existed, especially if people were on the ground in various places, or even if they weren't. Everyone, like my grandmother lost all of her brothers, which is incredible. And all of them didn't get mental health help in a capitalist society, and all of them have very unique neurodivergence themselves across the board. And they raised a bunch of kids without getting help. And then lo and behold, those kids raised me and my generation, and we fucking raised you and ruined you. So it's generational trauma visited through neurodivergence built by capital historically and socially through the nature of how social production operates. Boom. August says, talking about how non-conforming autism is horrifying to capital reminds me of Zizek talking about Greta Thunberg and how she refuses to conform to social and social logics. Zizek makes me sad. I think would be like, that's like mostly I really like Zizek. I liked Zizek. I probably still do like him. Like, if I saw him, I wouldn't like spit on him or anything. I'd probably like be like, oh my God. Because a lot of his books are what got me more into all of this. His book on Lacan, his books on Lacan flatly got me into psychoanalysis in a way that I simply hadn't been before. They're very good across the board. His books on Hegel I found impenetrable, but I think were generally good. I think for a lot of people, he's a formative thinker. Boy, has he just fucking not been a thing for about a decade now. Fuck. Shit. I used to like Zizek a lot. I have trouble with him now. But the ways he's talked about a lot of things, and I think he's mostly he's very comfortable in what I want to say is like that 2010 10 edgelord mentality. That is where he was born. That's having a leftist, and as someone who is sort of a dirtbag left is I used to call myself part of, the idea of being an edgelord in the lefty space. And I know I got Kid in here. You're not wildly far off. Hate to break it to Kid. Like the idea of like, of being edgy enough, but not being up our own ass. The idea of caring about things, but being willing to make statements that are infuriating or thought provoking. I get the attraction there that Zizek has. He was there and he was very good at it. He was very, very good at it. The shit he said for a long time, I think was very, very good. But there's a time when we move away from how that works. And he just didn't, I think. It's really, really wild how he didn't grow up beyond that. I think. Low-hanging fruit. It's been good to see you. Oh, please. Okay. I'm not surprised that he didn't fall off edgelord. I'm surprised he didn't mutate it, actually, I think is how I'd phrase it. I don't expect him to stop being an edgelord. I'm more upset that it didn't because I think there's still room to be one now. For example, over the course of the election, one of my favorite things I saw was a kid who's watching on his stream just going, well, you know what? Actually, Trump is a pedophile, and if you support Trump, you are too, which is a very fair fucking statement. And that thing is edgy. That's an edgelord type behavior. It's making a statement that is provocative and shocking in very particular ways. And it's specifically calling out a handful of people. That's good edgelording. Zizek didn't mutate his edgelording since 2015. And I think that's the part I was surprised by, because he's not a stupid man. He really isn't a stupid man. But I found it very surprising. Because I thought he had a better handle on popular culture and how to behave in it than that. That is actually, I'll have to think about that. Oh, one sec. I might have Discord audio. No, there should be. Can you talk for 2 seconds for me? God damn. No, it's a stupid fucking. Okay, now it's stupid fucking OBS. LJ made the comment, is it possible that it's more that psychoanalysis became prevalent enough? I think one of the things that I think was really interesting for me to watch, and for me, if I had to agree with you, which as I'm talking, sort of starting to do, the Zizek-Peterson debate, I think, would be that Peterson is, as much as, I mean, not anymore, but was a genuinely interesting Jungian. And I don't like his writing, but people who are into Jung liked his stuff. He was generally educated, and he spoke about, these things from that perspective. And he did it not far from Zizek in terms of like being a cultural Christian. And I think Zizek genuinely played that same role from a more lefty emancipatory perspective, but he's flatly a more cultural Christian type. That was like how he thought about stuff. That's how he talked about things. If you haven't heard The Puppet and the Dwarf, which is his version of Christianity, how he's talked about it, Christianity is the core of Zizek and who he is, very much. Peterson.
That's interesting.
I mean, I'd be hard pressed to say otherwise. It's not a normal Christianity, but he's very. I mean, I've read all of his works. He is in that space, but he handles Christianity differently, and it's not normal. But I would say it's the same as like the same way you would say for Jordan Peterson, he's a cultural Christian, where he's not a normal Christian. He plays atheist or whatever, but 100% he's culturally Christian. And when the two of them went up against each other, and Zizek, there was a point where it was clear, like Zizek opened and really just tore into fucking Marx and everything. And then Peterson gets up, and there was a moment you could watch where Zizek kind of went, oh, fuck, he's useless. Like it was, Zizek went from, I'm here to debate to, he is a small retarded child and I'm just going to be nice to him. And he started smiling and treating him nicely.
Okay.
and being kind to him. And that shift, like, it was a moment for me where he would rather engage someone who generally agreed with him rather than actually tear into him, which he should have, because he is diametrically opposed to foundational things that Zizek's into, supposedly, if that makes sense.
Well, I probably have to think about it a bit more if I can even know if that makes sense or not. But I generally agree with. I do not disagree with you what just said.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion.
The psychoanalyst become an edgelord and then does not progress anywhere. I have personal experience with multiple people that functions this way, and I'm not going to say that I understand that exactly how it works, but I am beyond not surprised when these people write about these so-called radical things and then stay there for psychoanalysis. You know, it's like I was not surprised when I see that there are a lot of statistics that says, oh, Latino men are the largest population that turned from non-Trump supporters to Trump supporters for the past 5 years. So, you know, sometimes the psychoanalysts, they deal with the clinical stuff so much that the only thing they live in is the decoded flow. And then they assume that there is a universal signifier that will carry all of the meaning that they produced in the clinic back into the reality, where that thing might not even exist at the first place.
They're wound up in their own. I mean, yeah, and again, I think I'm very much agreeing with what you're saying, actually, because the nature of being an analyst puts yourself in that position where you have to. I don't think it would be a weird. I mean, I've been to counselors and therapists and psychoanalysts, and I got to tell you, if I went to anyone who went, hey, so I totally don't have any clue what's really going on. If that's how it opened, they have to start from, excellent, you know, I'm here to help. I'm able to, I'm confident, I'm putting forward that, like, if they didn't do that, it would be a failure. So it kind of forces them to do that. It's a fair point. It's an interesting idea.
The thing is, though, I think I urge you to be cautious here, because you can't know if it's a failure if you don't know what a success is first. You can't know. You just don't even know from the beginning. So I'm right, but I'm more meaning is the necessity of the psychoanalyst having the confidence in those positions in order for someone to actually have that experience of proper transference and enjoyment of the session, and being able to trust the person is kind of required. Okay, so maybe I'm talking from my own very schizoid perspective, but I fucking hate the word proper transference. You know, I fucking hate that word.
Fair. But... No. I think you know what I mean, though. Like, I'm not saying...
Yeah, I know what you mean. But just because the patient will always have improper transference doesn't mean that validate a proper transference from the perspective of the clinician. However, I'm just saying, you know, I think I understand your logic, and not exactly logic, but your logos, you know, the flowchart of how things turn around. But after all, you know, if you look at the macro scale, I'm talking about time as a signifier. You know, if you look at 5 years or 10 years or 15 years as a scale, and when you're dealing with these analysts, I find them extremely pathetic. And they're holding on to these Oedipal conflict originate from their father most of the time for more than their patient cases, much longer, right? So I'm just saying that, you know, these schizoid conditions where you are removed from reality and then assume that these layers of meanings will eventually come back to the reality. To operate at this level, you will have to pay a price. And I don't necessarily disagree with that, but again, this is why I tend to ascribe to, again, with Zizek specifically, let's just pull it back a little bit more specific. His inability to evolve in how he talks or what he talks about. And I think instead he's reified old ideas, despite actually writing things that were in contravention or that were contravening the concepts. He did a piece that I'm still like confused by, because
he wrote this piece on the trans experience and how kids and trans kids shouldn't be transitioning because it prevents them from X, Y, and Z. And he wrote it in a really funny way. I'm really not a fan of the article, but he used language in it that was around, he wrote a piece once that I really agree with and like. And he talks about love. And he talks about it's romantic or otherwise, but that love is a fall. It's one of his things. He said a lot of talks. He's done a lot of things on it. And the idea is that you can't prepare for love. Love itself is the contingent, almost traumatic event that sort of rips apart things and rearranges life in a really big way. And that the idea of preparing for it, or that mathematically setting up for it, is good or possible, he thinks is silly, and that we shouldn't be doing that it's one of the things that's preventing us from blah, blah, blah. The language he used in this, and if he were to come out and say, one of the challenges, and I again, as a gender abolitionist, this is where my brain goes, that we should be allowing people to be wherever they are, that we shouldn't be saying that a kid who grows, however they grow, if they turn out to be someone, if they look like me, but they're a woman, they're a fucking woman. Like, who gives a shit? Abolish gender. If you were to take more of a tact like that and say, kids, it's difficult what we're doing because of the way that we treat people who are gender nonconforming, how awful we are when they're not passing. We're forcing kids to worry about this much earlier. We're creating significant body dysmorphia in people. If you were to take that angle, and I've heard people make that comment since, I think that's actually an interesting discussion. The other direction, which is where he went, is saying that kids shouldn't be allowed, which is the opposite. The reason we do allow it is because of how fucking awful people are treated when they aren't passing. So there's this really interesting failure of his to make what I think is the interesting point that he was not able to attach to. It's really a big shame, I think. And
which point is he not able to attach to?
So his critique fails to understand the reason that we have gender affirming care, or the reason we do puberty blockers specifically, and we prepare kids, is because ultimately the way that we have hardline rules about gender in society is visited upon children strongly when they're younger, and they realize and they begin developing levels of body dysmorphia in response to the social world that is producing them in whatever way they do. But he doesn't believe in this. For him, it is the ego inside. And so because of this odd personal version of everything, he's like, oh, we can't let kids, prevent themselves from going down the wrong path of being a gender because they don't know. How would they know? How the school of hard knocks, the real life. And it sounds to him like he's being edgy, but he's really just being destructive. And it's this really odd, I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't disagree with anything you said, but I can tell you that 2 Lacanian analysts that I tell are almost anti-trans in this fashion as well. They are.
Oh no, I'm sure.
The Lacanians really love to frame themselves in this. Okay, everything is a signifier. It's all about what's in the mind and whatever. But if you look at the real world and how they practice in clinics, then they are almost consistently very anti. Whatever. When I discuss these issues, the only thing they can come up with is, we have always allowed younger people or children to mutilate their bodies and whatever. This is the original quote, by the way. So whenever you look at the realistic perspective and how I had experience with these people, I just feel like I'm not surprised about the way that they prescribe Americanism, the kind of thing that needs to be saved and the kind of thing that needs to be destroyed under a certain kind of consumption image. Or, according to a different language, how there are certain transfers between, for example, Spanish-speaking people from a different country to Spain. If you look at these flows and how they handle these flows and fluxes, I'm really not surprised. So I'm with you, but this is the critique Guattari has, and why ultimately his polemics against Lacan were,
in my opinion, I think far stronger than Lacan probably deserved. But his reasoning was this, that the nature of what Lacan was doing was basically reactionary itself, despite on its face or pushing forward the idea that it is emancipatory. It's not. It's the opposite. It's enslaving in a new, clever way. And this is why Guattari was as vitriolic as he was towards Lacan, and ultimately their relationship was what it was, because it misses, I think, a lot of these. I mean, Lacan missed. I like a lot of Lacan. Do not get me wrong. I actually have enjoyed a lot. But there's other shit where it's like, okay, cool. Can we make some steps forward? Like, you know. But anyway.
Yeah. So did Zizek say anything about being enslaved by a new, a more cluttered way, but still enslaved under it? I mean, this thing has been a main theme of Marxism for a very long time. I'm pretty sure that Zizek would be aware of this at some perspective, right? Like how, it seems like there's a new thing that comes out of nowhere and it fixes a lot of things, but eventually after some time, people will be enslaved to this thing again. I mean, I think this is part of the flux that a lot of times people are reading, so that's part of my response, but I feel like this is partially sometimes what Zizek talks about, like it doesn't make it explicit.
Well, and it's to say another way, because low-hanging fruit in the YouTube chat, I think, puts it another way, maybe says it better than I did. Zizek tends to affirm personal assumptions towards groups, his assumptions for sure, based on an assertion that the group shares conditions by which that trait, behavior, or shared perspective emerge, which is sort of subtly sneaking in assumptions, and those conditions, he believes, explain the assumption into criteria of the group itself. So he's doing this sort of, it's a great way to put it, he's doing, by grouping the people, or by, hey, look, this group does that. That's why this group does that. Which is like deeply tautological in a weird way.
Yeah. So I actually wanted to mention this part because I'm pretty sure it was actually from the server that somebody took a screenshot.
Just so you know, your mic is slowly getting worse.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Well, we can hear you. I'm just letting you know it's slowly sounding like you're in a, I don't know, cheese grater.
Okay, what about now?
We'll see. Keep going.
Okay, I mean, I was looking at this part of the documentary. I'm pretty sure that this is taking things out of context, but even if so, I still was very surprised when Zizek says, China took market economy in a very successful way, right? So I was born and raised there. And I just found this part of the assumption extremely, almost tautological. You know, I don't want to claim it's a tautology by itself, because if you have a kleptocracy that redefines what success means every single minute in a culture, then you do have a successful economy, because the success is defined by
it's defined by the people in charge, yeah.
Yeah, of course. So that's kind of the definition of kleptocracy. But I just feel like, you know, if the person is a Lacanian, they would never actually claim this as a genuine thing unless they're joking, unless they're being sarcastic. However, in that documentary, Zizek was not actually being sarcastic. He was not being humorous. He was not being contradictory in any sense. He was actually just stating a fact that, almost as if he observed, that the so-called market economy in China is actually successful. First of all, I don't think there's such a thing as market economy in China. Like, I can generally agree with you. I can generally tell you that if you do an actual research and ask people on the street, probably more than 50% would not agree that there's such a thing as free market economy in China. Like, I can guarantee you this. Like, I can almost 99.9% guarantee you there's people will know, even if they're told from when they're born about these Marxism stuff about, you know, the invisible hand of the market and the visible hand of the whatever centralized the control, they hold the hand with each other and then help the market with a healthy growth. But everybody knows that that's a fucking joke. That's a fucking fart that they have been fed since they were in like elementary school. So, you know, I think this attitudes about how the group within themselves actually have the contradiction, but they can't do anything about it. I think this part is actually very interesting. It's so much more interesting than how Zizek actually mentioned it. So I'm just curious about whether people have seen something very almost idiotic from Zizek sometimes, because I heard someone say about all this positive quality about God, and it just
Well,
like, so
and I think this is it. If you ever get a chance, there's a hand. If you go back to old Zizek is interesting. There's good writing. There's creative moments where he's really playing with things, and he's dealing with like Zupanzik's or Malibu's take on Lacan in really clever ways. And this stuff just doesn't exist anymore. It's really fascinating. I also, by the way, stand by the idea that I don't think Zizek's ever read Deleuze, but that's a whole other debate. Thank you, LJ. We're going to move off Lacan, though. I want to move off Lacan and Zizek. Let's see. The fuck do I want to talk about? I don't even know what I want to talk about now. I just know I want.
Sorry, Brooks. Do you mind if
please.
I just really, really quickly just bring up something on a comment that you responded to before?
Please.
Yeah. So on the AI stuff, just and it's not going down the road that you think it's going. So don't die inside. So with the kind of AI stuff, I just kind of wanted to bring that up a little bit real quick, just in regards to like the kind of issues with regulation and all that sort of stuff within the system, because it kind of relates to the comment that you're talking about in that we see kind of revolutionary or like kind of big shift to kind of get co-opted that you kind of when you're talking through chapter 4. So the problem that we're kind of seeing within the industry, especially for AI, is it's less about like this whole kind of mysticism around what AI is capable of doing, what it's going
just
to do.
Just real quick, when you say the industry, what industry?
So cybersecurity and then just IT in general, right? So
cool.
I'm within cybersecurity, but because we do a lot of stuff, I do on the side, a lot of stuff with bits of regulation and some of the bodies that kind of work within IT in general.
Just want to make sure I know just when you say the industry. So within that, a lot of kind of what we're seeing now is what I'm saying and a few others are saying is that this is the next kind of twist of the vice to squeeze out that next little bit of productivity that we can get out of people in like really kind of pernicious ways, right? So the last one that we kind of observed was working from home, right? So a lot of working from home was talked about was, all right, this is good for people, this is good for the workers, they'll get blah, 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 blah. But what we started to see real subtly was that, well, no, there's a lot of this happening, say for a lot of companies that are kind of embracing it. But what we're seeing is breakdown of the blurring of lines between what work is and what kind of the outside life is. Now, a lot of those are broken down as is, but we're seeing this more and more and more, and it's being subtly and not like intentionally, it's just kind of flowing over time. This shift that is that's being used to kind of take advantage of and drain more productivity out of people, if that makes sense. Like being able to sit there and go, oh well, you're from home, this amount of time you can, it's all right, it's it's nighttime, you can do this, blah 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 blah, and setting these kind of internal expectations that I don't think people realize that they're having to do more, right? And what we're seeing with AI now is a similar sort of thing where the shift in expectation on what you do in a daily exercise for work is shifting, right? So a lot of these AI systems that are taking place might not even be anything revolutionary. It might be shit that they already had. A lot of the time it is. They just give it a few bells and whistles, a bit of a cleanup, spit and polish, and now it's AI, right? It's just basic algorithms that are making certain things simple, that weren't really onboarded throughout the system very well, but are now being leveraged a lot more because we have AI, let's look at it, let's brand it, because people love it, right? And that is creating a shift in the way people are working, where these kind of more menial things that accrue up, that are on the edges of everything that you kind of do, are getting alleviated a bit by some of these AI systems, or what I just really like a lot of the time, just basic algorithms. But what is happening is that perception is being flattened across the board, and it's being taken advantage of. And the problem is that doesn't fit. You can't cookie cut these things across. That doesn't fit for a lot of the shit that people do. And now all of a sudden these expectations start to become so ridiculous that you having people work even more, and more productivity getting squeezed out of people, and more effort being put out of people in these industries, because they have to keep up with this unrealistic expectations that's being set. And so what we're kind of doing at looking at some of the regulation, what I'm trying to bring to the table and some of the others trying to bring to the table, it's to look at those like kind of fine-grained areas where capital
and like private sector will take advantage of these things subtly, maybe not even intentionally. How it will kind of develop over time and try and kind of preempt that where we can. But the problem is that regulation and that work being done is being kind of captured by the very over the top and kind of face value versions that you see of where it's got to be, and these are important things, but where you got to kind of address racism that's within biases of training AI and blah, 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 blah. And a lot of this stuff that's kind of inherent that are already things that exist within corporation, and it's not being addressed, and it's picking up and gaining motion through this.
No, and it will. And it will. And so there's I have like three responses. The first is it's going to. I think what I said earlier, and I will stand by it, is the true danger of AI is the outsized understanding of what it's capable of, and the people in charge who believe that and are stupid. Like that's flatly it. All the way from CEOs of companies or CTOs who think that they can hire a handful of AIs. I don't even know what that means. I've had people say this shit, and then they're like, "Oh, we can have them run security for the company. We can have them do this. We can have them code." But they can't. You can't. They speed things up. They do help. They absolutely do. I will not say otherwise. But they don't do this. They're not magic. And that outsized understanding. One, this isn't new. Well, I mean, that's the other thing. This is VR and metaverses. When VR and metaverses were a thing. And this is going to sound really stupid in retrospect, but as someone who was kind of in that realm, and I even got paid to build a handful of metaverses. I just did a project a year ago. Someone paid me outsized amount of cash to make a shitty one for Saudi Arabia, some other thing, to work on a project for that and consult on it. People still are doing this stuff. The idea is that, and it's in the Middle East even, that hey, we have a concert venue. If we made a digital twin of it, this is a thing that's actively being pitched right now, that people are paying money for. People will go there in the virtual world just like Fortnite. No, they won't. But to get there and to have these things work and to have the money be made, the stresses and same stuff you're talking about, it was expressed inside of the interactive industry, 3D industry, whatever it is. This is not abnormal. Industrial Light and Magic. I can go to Rhythm and Hues, which was another really fantastic VFX company. Really depressing story. They worked on a handful of really amazing films. I think Life of Pi was their last one. And Life of Pi, they made so little money on, and they actually lost money on, that before they could get the Oscar for best VFX, they went bankrupt and closed. And my company that I was at, Lightstorm, bought a bunch of their chairs. So I was sitting in chairs for lunch from Rhythm and Hues. How did that happen? Well, because they spent an absolutely stunning... Yeah, they went bankrupt while accepting the Oscar. Thank you. It was an amazing story. But the reason is because the expectations of the people who put money in, the capitalists at the top, and the realities of the people on the ground are outweighed by how stupid they are. And this happens. And the people like you, and this is how capitalists win, by the way, is you care. So you're fucked. This is how you're fucked. I learned this at Lucasfilm. This is I used to make the joke when I was at Lucasfilm that George Lucas feeds off of the dreams of his employees. And I stand by that, because the reality is they paid us less than anything. I think I was the manager of all digital marketing LucasArts did. I was making, after a raise, $62,000 a year in San Francisco for a full-time director level job, launching 18 games. I was making $62,000 a year. Now, some people may say that's a lot. My rent was $2,800 a month. And that was a 1-bedroom loft. It wasn't even a bedroom. It was a loft with a fucking kitchen.
How did you like,
you make do. You make do, and you just deal with it. You go into debt. You work. Shit sucks.
I don't believe you have money to eat dirt. Like,
you really don't. You really don't. You're not wrong.
you have to apply for poverty, like vouchers?
Yeah, you play video games, you work because you don't have time to do anything else or the ability to do anything else. Maybe you have enough money to get a beer at the end of the week. You make sandwiches for yourself. Oh no, you do. You do. You do. They give you great benefits. Isn't that wonderful? People buy you beers who make better money, but that's how they get away with it. And here's how it works. And it was beautiful. I was part of a class action lawsuit against Pixar, Apple, Google, and Lucasfilm, and a couple others, because they all got together and agreed that they wouldn't poach from each other. Fuck all of these people. Like, fuck all of them. Because here's how it works. I still did the best goddamn job I could because I cared about the work I was putting out and the work I did. I believed it would be better for my career too. A cynical reason, but I didn't do it because I was getting paid well. I wasn't. Most of us were not getting paid well. We worked into the night. It was common. We called them centuries, where you worked 100-hour weeks. It was common. My little brother worked multiple 100-hour weeks at Lucasfilm. He was a audio sound guy on multiple games. They do this. The creative industries do this, but everywhere else does it as well because they know you care about your job. And that's the beast of it. That's how they exploit labor. So they get you to work your ass off when the reality is that at the moment they go, hey, by the way, we've got AI hired. You have to do 3 times as much work because we don't understand AI. And you don't go, no, because either you'll get fired, which is impossible, or because you don't want something to happen to the company or to the work you've done or to your work. You care.
The interesting part, like when you talk about like the creative, there's like an interesting crossover here that we're also observing by which, so for a long time, you obviously get those kind of perceptions where, all right, we need to focus on STEM studies, especially within like my industry, for instance, but even like across the board with others. All right, we need to have this focus and push for more funding into STEM studies to get more people to do X, Y, and Z, right? And with this push in AI, especially over this year, there's been a lot of people within the private sector saying, oh, this is even more proof that we need to push more in STEM. And we've kind of gone through the work that we've been doing, especially within how it's kind of gone down the chain into my company specifically. We've gone, well, no, this isn't actually the case. A lot of that menial stuff, a lot of this stuff that you're learning, a lot of these courses, especially like cybersecurity courses or just computer science, a lot of that shit is superfluous with a lot of the stuff that people are actually doing within this industry, and you can kind of just teach them on site. All right. And so there's going to actually be more of a demand for more creative, critical thinking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're saying, hey, this is more of a demand for other areas in law, within philosophy, within X, Y, and Z. And trying to bring that, and the response to that, so we did this presentation trying to the response to that was fucking amazing. So the response was fucking amazing. So there's this thing called Sophia, right, which sets the standard. It's a standard form that's used to kind of break down different jobs within these industries, what they are, and they kind of attribute it to levels, and that will get used for like pay scaling, for contracting, and for permanent stuff, et cetera, et cetera. It's fucking disgusting, blah, 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 boxing people in, really, really boxing people in. And now, like, a lot of this stuff is going to have to be changed, rethought about, blah, 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 blah. And so now when we've introduced this idea of like the more creative skills being involved in it, they are now trying to break down the form of creation, being creative, being critical, to be measurable and put them throughout this.
Quantify the qualitative. Yes.
Hilarious. But
it will. So, and I'll tell you how that ends. I just put up a goal, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, super chat. And if I get 10 of them, I'll stop swearing about these fucking piece of shit companies because I could use $50. So here's how this works. At Lucasfilm, this was my favorite thing. They would do measured goals. And it was every quarter you had to go do this whole goals thing with your fucking boss. And they'd measure out like, oh, I'm going to do this. Here's the value of it. Here's the setup. You had to actually, like you're saying, it's a matrix organization. It's not uncommon. And you had to like basically demonstrate your value to the company in some pretty absurd fucking ways. And one of my probably least favorite was goals. So I don't cry at work. I'm not saying that like as like I'm a man, I don't cry, but like I'm not like the kind of person who like generally cries at work. So I did. I broke down like sobbing like brutally. We had our year-end goals, And this was a year that in that year I had launched 11 products. I did all the digital marketing for them. I did all the social media for the entire company. I built, like, I had all the metrics I did. I hit everything. Like, hit every metric was required. I won a Webby for best online game. I won an Adobe Max award for branding. I won like 7 awards for shit I did. The company won no other awards, did nothing. Like, I nailed this shit. And I got, at the end of my review, all my metrics, everything. And I got a meets expectations. And I, like, which meant, by the way, no raise. No raise. I just burst into tears. And I walked out of the office. I was just like, what the fuck? And people are saying, like, what's wrong? I'm like, what, why didn't, and my managers, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I lost my shit. I'm crying. I'm in tears. I'm just like, what the fuck? I need more money. This is insane. I'm not making anything. And he said, well, the other people, because I can only give so many raises, that I actually had to choose who meets expectations based on who I don't want leaving the company. He said this to me, to my face, that the other people in the group who he was managing got higher than meets expectations despite not doing anything, because he'd rather have them stay at the company than me. And I was lost. This is how that ends, because they quantify all of it. But the reality is, on the other side, these are not the pressures that create raises. Quantifying these things, this is not how it works in practice. People don't have these things happen. What happens is managers do things because of the political and social pressures that are requiring and how they're anticipating it. They don't give a fuck about your performance at all. The qualitative reality of your performance doesn't matter, because, as we were talking about earlier, the metonymy of all of it, the ability to fudge this, oh, this was success, because I can redefine fucking success. I'm in charge. This means this. This means these metrics. This means this. This is a meet. Doesn't matter, because the people in charge choose what these things mean. That's the nature of capital at the baseline of all of it. And it's in application here. I want to talk about a second thing, though, because anytime someone talks about how the industry's changed, now it's getting more and more worse. Which it is. I'm not gonna disagree with that sort of idea.
I'm just saying that these are an acceleration of trends we're already observing.
I do not believe it's an acceleration. And here's
okay, a new form then, I guess, maybe not.
I believe
so
it's
still pretty bad.
No, I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm saying it's new to you guys. Linds Redding. Linds Redding. LINDSREDDING. LindsRedding.com. If you go to his piece that he wrote on the 11th of March 2012, Linds Redding was a rock star of the marketing and agency world. This is the creative world I'm about to talk about. AI and all of this is hitting. I made this joke the other day, like the funniest part for me about AI is that it's a bunch of tech bros not realizing that they're going to crush technology people and engineers with it first. They think they're going after artists, like, as art was first and writing and all this. It's like, no, you're going after it's tech. Tech is the thing they're going to try to destroy first. But to state, Linds Redding was a pillar. And then he was diagnosed with cancer. And he died. And I'm going to read a post he made that gets to me as I read it, because I think it's a thing I have experienced in my career. Now, granted, my career was part marketing, but I've experienced this just in general. But I think friends of mine, I have one of my oldest friends actually was one of the leads of IT and security at Blizzard. Warcraft and Call of Duty and all that, Activision. And I got to see the same thing that was visiting him that you're talking about, that is stuff that the creative industries have dealt with, and now they're coming for you. And I'm not saying you never had it before, but there's a uniqueness to how this is done that is new to engineers and new to technology people that is worth taking a second on. And I want to do that as we do that. So, to read from Linds Redding, Short Lesson in Perspective. Many years ago, when I first started to work in the advertising industry, we used to have this thing called the overnight test. It worked like this. My creative partner, Lawrence, and I would spend a day covering A2 sheets from the layout pads with ideas for whatever project we were currently engaged upon. An ad for a new gas oven, a tennis racket, whatever. Scribbled headlines, bad puns, stickmen drawings crudely rendered in flat black magic marker. It's kind of a brain dump of sorts, I suppose. Everything that tumbled out of our heads and mouths was committed to paper. Anything completely ridiculous, irrelevant, or otherwise unworkable was filtered out while we worked, and by beer o'clock there would be an impressive avalanche of screwed up paper filling the corner of the room where our comically undersized waste bin resided. On a productive day, aside from the mountain of dead trees, recycling was not invented in 1982. Yes, he's talking about his career 2 years after I was born. It's been a while. Stacked polystyrene cups and an overflowing ashtray, there would also be a satisfying thick sheaf of concepts, some almost fully formed, and some self-contained ideas. Others misshapen in graceless fragments, but harboring a glimmer of a smile or a grain of truth which had won its temporary reprieve from the reject pile. Before trotting off to Clark's bar to blow the froth of a pint of 80 bob, our task was to pin everything on the walls of our office. Hangovers notwithstanding, the next morning at the crack of 10 o'clock, we would convene in our workroom and sit quietly surveying the fruits of our labor the night before. Usually about a third of the ideas came down straight away before anyone else even wandered past. It's remarkable how something that seems either arse-breakingly funny or cosmically profound in the white heat of its inception can mean absolutely nothing in the cold light of morning. By mid-morning coffee, the creative department was coming back to life. We participated in a daily ritual of wandering around the airy Georgian splendor of our Edinburgh offices and critiquing each team's crumpled creations. It wasn't brutal or destructive. Creative people, on the whole, are fragile beings. Letting each other down gently and quietly is the unwritten rule. Creative people sometimes just a blank look or scratching your head was enough to see a candidate quietly pulled down and consigned to the bin. Something considered particularly strong, witty, or clever would elicit cries of, "Hey, come see what the boys have come up with." Our compadres would pile into a cramped room to offer praise or criticism. That was always a good feeling. This human-powered bullshit filter was a handy, powerful tool, inexpensive, practically foolproof. Not much slipped through the net. I'm quite sure architects, musicians, mathematicians, and cake decorators all have an equivalent time-honored protocol. But here's the thing. The overnight test only works if you can afford to wait overnight, to sleep on it. Time moved on, and during the 90s, technology overran and transformed the creative industry like it did most others. Exciting new tools, endless new possibilities, pressing new deadlines. With the new digital tools at our disposal, we would romp the creative landscape at full tilt, have an idea, execute it, and deliver it in a matter of hours, or at least one long night. At first, it was a luxury. We could cover so much more ground, explore all the angles, and having exhausted all the possibilities, craft a solution we could have faith in. As the bean counters quickly realized, we could also do 3 times as many jobs in the same amount of time and make them 3 times as much money. For the same reason, jumbo jets don't have grand pianos anymore, or palm court cocktail bars that were originally promised in brochures. The accountants win the day. Pretty soon, the overnight test became the over-lunch test. Then, before we knew it, we were eating pot noodles at our desk and talking in turns to go home so we could see our kids before they went to bed. As fast as we could pin an idea on the wall, some red-faced account manager in a bad suit would run away with it. Where we used to rely on taking breaks to stretch eyes to allow us to see the wood from the trees, too many idioms and similes so far? Probably. We now fell back on experience and gut feel. It worked most of the time, but nobody is infallible. Some howlers, some growlers definitely made it through. Generally, standards plummeted. The other consequence, with the benefit of hindsight, is that we became more conservative, less likely to take creative risks, rely on instead the tried and trusted. The familiar is always going to research better than the truly unself-conscious and novel. Research became the new god. The trick to being creative, I've always maintained, is to be completely unself-conscious, to resist the urge to self-center, to not give a shit what people think. That's why children are so good at it, and why people with Volkswagens and mortgages, personal equity plans, and matching Louis Vuitton luggage are not. It takes a certain amount of courage, thinking out loud. Best done in a safe and nurturing environment. Creative departments and design studios used to be such places where you could say and do just about anything, generally speaking, without fear of ridicule or judgment. It has to be this way, or you will just close up like a clamshell. It's like trying to have sex with your mom listening outside the bedroom door. It just can't be done. Then some bright spark had the idea of setting everyone up in competition, making it a contest, a race. Winner keeps their job. Now, of course, we are all suffering from the same affliction. Our technology whizzes along at the velocity of speeding electron. Our poor overtaxed neurons struggle to keep up. Everything has become a split-second decision. Find something you like, share it, have a half-baked thought, tweet it, don't wait, don't hesitate, seize the moment, keep up. There will be plenty of time to repent later. Oh, and just to cover your ass, don't forget to stick a smiley at the end, in case you've overstepped your mark. So to recap, the overnight test is a good thing and sadly missed. A weekend test is even better. And as they fell by the wayside, they were missed too. If you don't come in on Saturday, don't show up on Sunday, as the old advertising joke goes. A week would be nice. A month is an unreasonable luxury. I've now enjoyed the better part of 6 months of enforced detachment from my old reality. When you're used to turning on a sixpence, shooting from the hip, dancing on a pinhead, too many again, to view back down from 6 months is quite giddying and sobering. My old life looks and feels very different from the outside. And here's the thing. It turns out I didn't actually like my old life nearly as much as I thought I did. I know this now because I occasionally catch up with my colleagues and workmates. They fall over each other to enthusiastically show me the latest project they're working on and ask my opinion, proudly showing their technical prowess, which is not inconsiderable. I find myself glazing over, but I politely listen as they brag about who's had the least sleep and the most takeaway food. I haven't seen my wife since January. I can't feel my legs anymore. I have scurvy, but another 3 weeks will be done. It's got to be done by then. The client's going on holiday. What do I think? What do I think? I think you're all fucking mad, deranged, so disengaged from reality it's not even funny. It's a fucking TV commercial. Nobody gives a shit. This has come as quite a shock, I can tell you. I think I've come to the consideration the whole thing was a bit of a con, a scam, a hoax. The scam works like this. The creative industry operates largely by holding creative people ransom to their own self-image, precarious senses of self-worth, and fragile, if occasionally out of control, egos. We tend to set ourselves impossibly high standards and are invariably our own toughest critics. Satisfying our own lofty demands is usually a lot harder than appeasing any client who, in my experience, tend to have disappointingly low expectations. Most artists and designers I know would rather work all night than turn in a substandard job. It is a universal truth that all artists think they are frauds and charlatans and live in constant fear of being exposed. We believe by working harder than anyone else, we can evade detection. The bean counters rumbled this centuries ago and have been profitably exploiting this weakness ever since. You don't have to drive creative folk like most workers. They drive themselves. You wind them up and let them go. Truly creative people also, number 2, tend to not be motivated by money. That's why so few of us have any. The riches we crave are acknowledgement, an appreciation of ideas we have, and the things we make. A simple but sincere, that's quite good. From someone whose opinion we respect, usually a fellow artisan, is worth infinitely more than a pay raise or bonus. Again, our industry masters cleverly exploit this insecurity and vanity by offering glamorous but worthless trinkets and elaborately staged award schemes to keep artists focused and motivated. Like so many demented magpies, we flock around shiny things and would peck each other's eyes out to have it more than anyone else. Handing out the odd gold statuette is a lot cheaper than dishing out stock certificates or board seats. 3. The compulsion to create is unstoppable. It's a need that has to be filled. I've barely worked in a meaningful way for half a year, but every day I make something. I take photographs, I draw, I write, I make bad music. It's just an itch that needs to be scratched. Apart from the occasional severed ear or descent into fecal eating dementia, the creative impulse is mostly little more than a quaint eccentricity. But introduce this mostly benign neurosis into commercial context, well, that way, my friends, lies misery and madness. This hybridization of arts and business is nothing new. It's been going on for centuries, but they've always been uncomfortable bedfellows. But even artists have to eat, and the fuel of commerce and industry is innovation and novelty. Hey, let's trade. We'll work for food, as the street beggar signs say. This Faustian pact has been the undoing of many great artists, many more journeymen, more than a few of my good friends. Add this volatile mixture to powerful accelerants of emerging digital technology and all hell breaks loose. What I've witnessed happening in the last 20 years is the aesthetic equivalent of the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century. The wholesale industrialization and mechanization of the creative process. Our ad agencies, design groups, film, music studios have gone from being cottage industries and guilds of craftsmen and women essentially unchained from the Middle Ages to dark, satanic mills of mass production. Ideas themselves have become just another disposable commodity to be supplied to order by the lowest bidder. As soon as they figure out a way of outsourcing thinking to China, they won't think twice, believe me. So where does that leave the artists and artisans? Well, up a watercolor of shit creek without a paintbrush. That one thing we prize and value above all else, the idea, turns out to be just another plastic gizmo or widget to be touted and traded. To add insult to injury, we now have to create them not in our own time, but according to quota and production schedules. We need 6 concepts to show the client first thing in the morning. He's going on holiday. Don't waste too much time on it, though. It's only meeting fodder. He's only paying for one, so they don't all have to be good. Just mock something up. You know the drill. Oh, and one more thing. His favorite color's green. Righto. See you in the morning, then. I'm off to the Groucho Club. Have you ever tried to have an idea? Any idea at all with a gun to your head? This is the daily reality for the creative drone, and when he's done, sometime in the wee small hours, he then has to face his 2 harshest critics, himself and everyone else. Sorry, client couldn't make the meeting. I faxed your layouts to him at his squash club. He liked the green one. Apart from the typeface, the words, the picture, and the idea. Oh, and can the logo be bigger? I hope it wasn't a late night. Thank God for computers, right? Righto, all right, I'm off to lunch. All right, it's not bomb disposal, but in its own way, it's dangerous and demanding work, and as I've said, the reward tends to be vanishingly small. Plastic gold statuettes, anyone? I've seen quite a few creative drones fall by the wayside over the years. Booze, mostly. Drugs, occasionally. Anxiety, stress, broken marriages. Lots of those. Even a couple suicides. But mostly just people temperamentally and emotionally ill-equipped for such a hostile and toxic environment. Curiously, there never seems to be any shortage of eager young worker drones queuing up to try their luck. Although I detect that even their bright-eyed enthusiasm is starting to wane. Advertising was the sexy place in the 80s. The zeitgeist has moved on. So have most of the bright young things. Well, how did I survive? Well, it was a close shave, very close. Well, on the inside, I'm indeed a delicate flower, as some creative director once wryly observed. I've enjoyed until recently the outward physical constitution and rude health of an ox. I mostly hid my insecurity and fear from everyone but those closest to me and ran fast enough that I'd never have to be found out. The other thing I did, I now discover, was to convince myself that there was nothing else, absolutely nothing, that I'd rather be doing. That I'd found my true calling in life, that I was unbelievably lucky to be getting paid, most of the time, for something that I was passionate about and would probably be doing in some form or other anyway. Turns out my training and experience equipped me perfectly for this epic act of self-deceit. That was my gig, my shtick, constructing a compelling and convincing argument to buy from the thinnest of evidence was what we did. Don't sell the sausage, sell the sizzle, as we were taught at ad school. Countless late nights and weekends, holidays, birthdays, school recitals, and anniversary dinners were willingly sacrificed at the altar of an intangible but infinitely worthy higher cause. It would all be worth it in the long run. This was the con. Convincing myself there was nowhere I'd rather be than just a coping mechanism. I can see that now, and it's not really important or any of the consequence at all, really. How could it be? We were just shifting product. Our product, the clients, meeting quota, feeding the beast, as I called it on my more cynical days. So was it worth it? Of course not. It's just advertising. There's no higher calling, no ultimate prize, just faded yellowing newsprint and old video cassettes in an obsolete format I can't even play anymore if I wanted to. And yes, a lot of framed certificates and little gold statuettes, a shitload of empty Prozac boxes, wine bottles, and a lot of gray hair, and a tumor of indeterminate dimensions. It sounds like I'm feeling sorry for myself again. I'm not. It was fun for quite a lot of the time. I was pretty good at it. I met a lot of funny, talented, and clever people. I got to become an overnight expert in everything from showerheads to sheep dip. Got to scratch my creative itch on a daily basis and earned enough money to raise the family, which I love, and even see them occasionally. But what I didn't do with the benefit of perspective, is anything of any lasting importance, at least creatively speaking. Economically, I helped shift some merchandise, enhanced a few companies' bottom lines, helped make one or two wealthy men a bit wealthier than they already were. As a life, it seemed like such a good idea at the time. But I'm not really sure it passes the overnight test. Pity. And if you're reading this while we're sitting in some darkened studio or editing suite, agonizing over whether housewife A should pick up soap powder with her left hand or her right, do yourself a favor. Power down, lock up, go home and kiss your wife and kids. If you can't tell, I really like that piece. It's not new. This is not new. He even calls out how similar what he's experiencing clearly was the same as the Industrial Revolution. He talks about the lie that he created for himself. Quite literally, is taking out of anti-oedipus without knowing it, the way that we build the structure with which we imprison ourselves and we repress ourselves. The way which the capitalist creates in us the symbols of things, and through that powers our desire and captures it. Genuinely one of the more moving pieces. He was dead shortly later of cancer. He was dying when he wrote this. As someone who worked many, many, many nights in marketing, when I was at Lucas, I was doing it constantly. I'm grateful that when I was working for Jim, I didn't, but Starbreeze, I did the same thing. And I've done it for my own company. I've done it for many things. There's a feeling of, as time has passed, what we consider creative work, we've misunderstood what creative means. We've always put it on artists as if that's the creative work, not understanding that pretty much most work is creative, especially when you're talking about sort of second order work of any sort that's not just deeply repetitive. Engineers, IT, is actually creative work. It's just not a thing we've sort of realized that things are coming for. But now they are. But they're not. Not really. Not in a different way. The ad industry here, this is a piece from Edinburgh talking about the ad industry and a shift from 1982 to 2012. So 30 years, this dude doing this thing. But he's not saying that like it made things better, the technology. It made things go faster. It made everyone worse at their job. It literally worked against the industry that it was empowering, but made it more efficient and better in some ways, sort of. And this is, I hope you can see, MSDXR, why I immediately was brought to it, because it's the thing that is happening with AI in everything, but it's technology across the board is the same. Any excuse.
I want to have a short question here. So I think the way you said, a lot of other jobs are very creative as well, engineers and whatever. I think it goes back to even before Renaissance, because people have this idea of the Renaissance man, and Renaissance man do architecture, poets, and whatever, just to change the environment for the better. And I think I want to do a little bit, maybe the Lacanian read to it, because I think this thing is a little bit more towards the end spectrum of a Lacanian analysis, where, okay, is it a piece of promise? Is it a repetition?
Because I think for this, because I'm what I'm focused on, we can do this. I think maybe another stream. I'd like to focus specifically on the way that labor is being extracted and the sort of Marxist more analysis than the symbolic and the Lacanian. Because I would like to come back to that, but can we do that?
I'm talking about the same thing. I think the thing I'm talking about is the same, but at the two area where, is it about actually having tangible reward in the immediate reality, or are you having the promise of a name? However, these two aspects doesn't mean that, there's exchangeability. They can sometimes turn into each other. For example, if a person consider themselves to have two names, or if a person consider themselves as no names, because they want to experience a reward from reality that has not been there before. And then through the product of labor, they will be able to get some sort of symbolic reward and a very tangible reward that actually correspond to each other.
But I mean, I think that's the guy's point is, the work itself it isn't a higher calling. It isn't in retrospect. It's none of these things. The trinkets and the shiny. I can pull out we can do trophies, and I can show you. We got these things. We got this. We got that. These conversations and the difficulty of where they sort of land puts us in a position specifically of it's not financially recompensable. Two, the actual building of how the process works is about ultimately squeezing labor. That's it. That's ultimately what his point is about, is everything is angled, even if it isn't that the technology makes things better. It's his joke in there that I think applies deeply. And I hope, MS, you agree. The joke he makes about, isn't computers great? Like, it's this fucking insane idea that like computers make it. It never did. But that setup put all of these things in place. This habit of Unreal, which is it's a fine engine. I have friends. I don't want to shit talk Unreal Engine, but it's not like a miracle cure for game engines, but it's technology that when a company gets, we can make everything much more efficient now. And every engineer goes, no, you fucking can't. Like, this is still tough. Like, this is like, but they don't care because it's an excuse for capital and the people in charge to squeeze labor. That's it.
Okay. I think I understand what you mean. But my point still stands. You know, how maybe I'm a little bit too much on the Lacanian side, where the lack can be a transmutation that turns the other side of the symbolic order to the reward. But we can talk about that in a different stream.
Cool. But with that also, go ahead. Sorry, there you are.
Oh, I was just going to say, and like kind of what you were getting at there, the kind of frustration when it comes to, say, some of the advocacy groups trying to work with some of the regulation with AI and trying to push for X, Y, and Z, how quickly that's being captured and how quickly they're just kind of not seeing that the concessions that they're feeling forced to make are actually just enabling this in the first place. So, for instance, kind of a lot of this stuff where we go, all right, well, a lot of it's addressed to the, let's make sure that AI isn't racist, blah, 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 et cetera, all important stuff, but not kind of looking at the more labor-intensive aspects into any like new degree that actually breaks down existing problems. Only what is created that's apparently new through AI. That's the only way that they'll really kind of address it. And I'm trying to, so through some of the talks I'm having and some of the people that I engage with, trying to pull it back to that other level, but just getting no traction on that. And you can just see this now as this legislation feeds through the chain. It will feed through certain policies, which will feed through regulation, which will feed through then policies through private entities. And you can just see how all this wording, all this way it's being kind of crafted will be used as the excuse to allow this to occur, not to actually try and stop it from the degree that it can get to. And it's insane because we can literally see it happening in real time. The cogs and the wheels in these people's heads working, and we're just kind of stuck there.
Yep.
And it's infuriating.
Welcome to labor.
Yep.
I mean, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I have no comment. That's not depressing.
Yeah, no, it's all depressing. But with that, I'm gonna end the stream here. This has been lovely evening. I am gonna go hug my kids and say goodnight. They're still up despite it being midnight. My kids are my kids, so it's not a shock. If you get a chance, please join the Discord. If you're on YouTube, I'm going to pop this on YouTube. This is fun stuff. Please join the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. We have a whole bunch of fun stuff that's happening. Newbies can join. We have a bunch of conversations, a bunch of spaces for people. We also have some elevated zones. If you're really into philosophy and you really are capable of like wanting to have those combos, we can do that too. And we're also doing a lot more activities on the server. I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow, probably also Sunday. I'm going to try to do a couple, maybe shorter streams instead of this like 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Fuck, how long? Yep, that's 4.5 hours. Jesus.
How are you on Eastern time or are you
Pacific?
on
I'm in Portland.
I thought Portland is Eastern time for some
Portland,
reason.
Maine is Eastern time. Portland, Oregon is Pacific time because we like being really confusing as
What?
Americans.
There's a Portland in Oregon?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
that's the
I did
one,
not know
that's the one, anyone on the West Coast, that's the one you're talking about. If you're on the East Coast, people think Maine, and they are not as drastically dissimilar as people may think. Of course, the main one is, in my opinion, shittier for a number of reasons. Not like as a town thing. I've been there. It's really
Yeah,
different.
I thought. Yeah, I definitely did not know that there's a Portland on the west side. Like,
There is. It's I'm 2.5 hours south of Seattle.
okay,
So yeah, West Coast.
so you're in Oregon then. Like, it's actually close. Like,
Technically, I'm in Washington, but yes.
okay. So you're literally like in North Cal.
I mean I'm about 3.5 hours from the Northern California border.
Okay, sure, yeah. Okay, this is just I always thought you were on the East Coast for some reason.
Nope.
But yeah. Anyway,
Nope.
it's fine. It's fine.
No, it's nice because like I do an evening stream that goes till midnight. It's all the night owls on the East Coast, period. But everyone like it's solid amount, and then I can go because anyone who's waking up right now is Australia. They're it's early or midday, and no one gives a fuck about me there, so it's nice. Actually, it's not true.
Well,
I have a
what
handful of
about-
Australian people literally on the stream, and I'm making a joke.
Yeah, I mean, what about the Europeans though? Because I feel like we're missing out a lot of European people.
Well, that's
and
why
right now-
we do our AO reading at noon, because those people really
Okay.
like evenings, because again, not work day or academic school day. It's
Okay.
we've kind of learned and again, we have a unique audience because we tend to be a lot of weird critical theory type people. So it's a mixture of humans, but we tend to believe noon to 3 is a great start time for me, thinking of Pacific. And if it's evening, it tends to be mostly people not from the server. You'll have a surprisingly large number of people on YouTube who just are not part of the server, and then they join, and it's great. So it's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but we should maybe talk a little bit more logistic tomorrow. But
Yeah,
Good
well,
night.
we'll chat again soon. Everyone, join Patreon if you're up for supporting what I do and the server and everything. Trying to do much more. Be a member, send a super chat, all that fun stuff. Support means a lot. And wanted to do more of this more full time, and that'd be really fun. We have a couple of fun projects coming to the QC. Please join. Come say hi. Love you all. Thank you for the time. Thank you. It's my favorite thing.